people from all other regions within,
the TM scene. We had also like the Asia scene. We had European having a bunch of regional leagues. So this is now time for South American region to shine there as well. And today with me is joining Quantum Deathcat for the broadcast today. Originally there was Zatos planned, but due to some issues here and there, it will be me assisting for the day one at least for the broadcast, and we'll see how it will do. So how are you feeling, Quantum? It has been a big while, I would say, on this channel for you to be here. So how are you feeling to having being here with the broadcast today with me?
Oh man, it's been a long time since I've been on the Trackmania esports. You know, I have obviously gone off and done different things, such as going into Counter-Strike and all that. Back into Trackmania, the Trackmania esports scene as well. It's very nice to be back. I did a little bit of EMC, but now we are into the SAC instead for South America. And honestly, seeing how TAO went and seeing how strong a lot of the South American players were, right? Sadly, Nats won't be playing with us. Instead, he'll be in the background helping us out. And I mean, it'll be very, very nice to see what the South Americans can do here. Normally, we just see them mashed in with the Canadians and Americans as well. But instead, we got ourselves a whole set just of the South Americans and they'll show us what they can do. And I'm very, very happy to be here along with you, SRK.
Yeah, and the format here today is gonna be a bit traditional. I guess it's starting to have a bit of a pattern within the global scene. There's usually rounds into some, some double nation cup mode phase. So it's gonna be a very similar format. It's gonna be a bit more simplified than AOTC was this morning. So the way how this will work, there's gonna be two servers happening at the same time. There's 5 dedicated maps for the events. I would say we are more on the trickier and harder side comparing to especially AOTC that was this morning. And so there's gonna be the top 8 players will automatically qualify to the cup stage. However, who's 9th and lower is gonna get fully eliminated. So it's not like in AOTC where like the bottom players still get a second chance. You get fully out here. But it's gonna be still the 5 rounds on 5 maps. Top 8 players per each of the rounds will be the ones who will be moving on. And we'll see how that will end up. So have you seen any names so far from the players who have currently participated? And how have you seen from people who might looking out for as well from all of these entries that we have seen so far?
Yes, obviously there's going to be a few names that we recognize here, right? Whether it was from TSCC or otherwise, right? The Chilean Biost, often playing next to Nats in TSCC. That's a name that is relatively recognized by the players who watch TSCC because normally Chile always did quite decently. There are other players such as Matt who used to be in TMGL and he finds himself in server 2, so we won't see him for the current moment. Another Brazilian who will be playing is Asmanero, very well known player as well over there. On our server we'll have El Pent, a player who
it's actually Penchi. So the way how in Portuguese you say it, it's actually Penchi. Yeah.
Penchi. Okay. El Penchi, or just Penchi.
You can just say Penchi.
All right. I went for El Pen for about 1.5 years, so I guess Penchi now. All right, I'll go with Penchi. Radiaxo is another name that we've seen before. Rookie, I think, is the only Uruguayan that has joined us for this tournament. I do believe there's a Peruvian as well.
There's also a player from Venezuela called CDGG, who's currently is actually the highest, most earned South American player within the Trackmania scene. And seems like a lot of people are slowly also getting ready. And seems like we will also be getting ready with the very first round. So it's gonna be a regular rounds, let's just say a bit of a rounds match happening early on, where it's gonna be 5 rounds on 5 of the maps that players will be playing. So there are 5 maps made from people within like the South America scene as well. So you might see some, so let's just say a bit more traditional like to a competitive style. However, some of the maps are very, very unorthodox in their nature and very punishing as well. So I feel like most of these maps will be very focused on who basically will survive. However, I do feel like at the very, very top, we might see some close races, but it's a very survival-heavy maps, especially for the first event in this region, in this game. However, there had been some regional events already happening in Chile and Brazil. However, this is like the first bigger event that is played for the South American scene, so there was gonna be a noticeable, for some people this definitely is like one of their first events within the game.
So at the current moment, there are going to be 14 people in this server here in total that are going to be trying to win out and get into top 8. So top 8 is what you want in this first round. And as we are good to go, it seems, we will get going, ladies and gentlemen, for the first round. This is not warm-up, correct?
No, we are not casting warm-ups. No, we're not going Zapdos here.
Well, no, Zapdos is not here, right? So no casting warm-ups whatsoever, as well, we can take a look around at who we see. Manox is at the front, followed by Radiaxo, Rookie, Shino, and Raptor finding himself just behind. Lots of Brazilians joined in, a lot of Chileans joined in as well, obviously, right? The two biggest regions in South America for Trackmania, but there are a lot of other regions, and they'll show up, such as Rookie with Uruguay, and you have Zeke with Peru, and as you said as well, CDGG for Venezuela, as Manox is showing off his prowess at the current moment, 2 seconds ahead of the next closest player. No crashes for him so far. Very clean round out of him. Onto the ice section we go, and he's got himself a very nice final turn. Gets himself the nice 25 points, and that's a very nice start. Solid 2.5 seconds ahead of Rookie, who overtook second place, who I do believe was Radiaxo, and he finds himself out of the top 8.
So Manox is actually one of the potential favorites coming at the end of the event, also being one of the more experienced players within the scene as well. So Manox might be definitely the lookout for from this server. I think he's the third player who will be going through deeper ends of the event and might be coming out on top at the very end as well. However, I think the main fight here that we need to look out for is actually that top 8 so far. Because top 8 from this server will be the one who will be continuing with the tournaments, or everyone else will get eliminated. So top 8 definitely going to be the main place where we need to keep an eye on out, especially during the last few maps that are being played out, as currently it seems like Manox and Radiano are both at the tops, feels like with Penchi, and as actually Manox with an early mistake definitely allows some other players to score in, give that bit opportunity to score in those extra points as well. Manox is still at the top, very punishing maps where you have to really are given this opportunity to give this really risky approach. And I feel like for some of these guys, since it's, for their first event, having a maps like this is definitely a bit of a, skill gap as well. To have such approaches, as currently Penchi is leading the field with Radiano in second place. Radiano tries to go for a bit outside perspective. It's a bit hard to see that middle bump line. It's also possible to risk for the triangle, as Radiano does successfully showcase at the end, and Penchi will be taking the very first 24-pointer from this match, and Radiano will be in second, Rookie in third, where actually Manox will only drop down in fifth. But everyone else seems like to be quite solid, especially Radiano getting those extra points will put him at the top of the scoreboard.
I know that no one got to see it because of the fact that you were on second place there in Radiaxo, but Manox, I stayed on him. He went down to 10th place and then overtook 5 players just with access speed, and he was catching up every checkpoint to first place. He is definitely the one to watch out for on this map, and just before finishing that round, he nearly missed the finish. He turned a little bit too much and went back out the way he came and barely touched the finish line. Had he missed it, he would have been way down for the count. But right now, back up into the lead where he has been for most of the map. And we said that he's the one to look out for on this server specifically, right? But with Matt playing at the current moment as well on the other server, how much of a difference do you think that will make to the other players, right? Do you think that they're going to try really hard to try and beat him? Because obviously he's played a lot less since he's been out of TMGL.
Oh.
He's not exactly been his TMGL self, as Manox makes a big mistake there. Radiaxo will overtake him into the final checkpoint. So Radiaxo here with a free finish here. He doesn't even need to go for the triangle finish. Just goes for the normal finish, as Manox will come in third, getting overtaken by his Brazilian counterpart there. Weiger will get himself into fourth, Rookie in fifth. Zero will get himself sixth. Kemper will get seventh, and Raptor gets eighth.
Yeah, a lot of big gaps so far. Basically, all players are within 1 second, but that's what I said. Like most of these, maps are very like survival ship heavy, where just having that clean run throughout the map is gonna give you those decent amount of points as well. But you're looking out on who might be contesting at the end. I do think that at the moment I would say Manox, Matt, a player from Colombia called Charles, and Radiano might be one of the top contenders. However, I'm actually expecting, since I feel like most of these players who are at the top of the scene, they usually don't put out that much practice because they have a lot of a degree of confidence. And due to that, there's usually like these players who run like top 8, usually putting bit more effort and allows to like push some of the let's just say more experienced guys from each of these regions. At least that's a pattern I have noticed from observing most of these regional competitions from the last 2 years at this point already. So I feel like some of these bits, let's just say less known players, might slowly be catching up to them and might be cashing in some of the wins as well. But at the moment it seems like Manox is looking the most solid out of everyone, with Radiano being a solid second place. Raptor, Rookie and Veigar being very close, as Veigar gets a very majestic flip in the end, gets almost overtaken by Chino at the bottom as well. However, we can see tries to still finish at the bottom of the field because the map is really difficult, as Xero Pixels is around in the midfield, but at the moment seems like we're starting to have a bit more solidified top 8 who might move on to the bracket stage.
Yeah, it's nice to see CDGG though get into the top 8 for the first time as well, right? Bottom of the scoreboard right now out of all the 11 players. So right now 11 out of the 14 players that were set to play are here, which means only 3 of these players are going to get eliminated, right? From round 1s, and the rest will move on to round 2. So right now, for Howard Dolph and CDGG, try and get back together here. Kemper is really close to top 8 with the Zero Pixels and Raptor, so any one of those 3 could really fall down. Same with Chino, who's actually only 10 points ahead of Kemper and 3 positions, right? So anything can happen as long as you finish the rounds. That's the most important part. Getting 0 points, really detrimental to moving on here. So right now, Manox ahead by about a quarter of a second. Make that nearly half a second now, as Radiox trying to catch up. Not got the optimal lines like Manox does. Manox has such nice speed coming out of every single corner here as we head onto the ice section between these two here. Manox a second ahead nearly, but Radioxo will catch up just slightly as Manox needs to slow down. The fastest time so far from Radioxo in this competition, but Manox nearly with a sub 106. Close but no cigar, as Kemper, he's so close to finishing in 7th position, hitting the checkpoint instead, and he'll finish down in 11th place instead of 7th. That's going to be a little bit hard to swallow, as he'll get farther and farther away from top 8.
Yeah, so we have up the first map. We're starting to see kind of like an idea who are the potential favorites, at least from this server. To keep a small reminder, top 8 players from this server will be moving on to the Double Nation Cup mode part of the tournament, while everyone from 9th to worst will be eliminated. So it's not like in AOTC where, you know, if you're 9th to worst in the round seeding part, yeah, you still have that extra opportunity still by being put in the lower side, but here you get fully eliminated. So now we're going to be mapped in a love dive by Super World, which has a bit unorthodox parts, especially coming to the end parts. But at the moment, in terms of total scoring after map 1, Manox is leading on server 1 with 111 points. Second place, Radiano with 99. Rookie in 3rd with 88. Penchi in 4th with 87. Weiger with 78 in 5th. Raptor in 6th with 70. Chino with 69 at 7th, Zero Pixels with 58, and then like Kemper and Sardolf are a bit at the bottom, same with CDGG as well. So it does seem like that some of the Brazilians are looking as the favorites from this part. Actually, Brazilian and Chile scenes do have also their own local competitions as well. from their, let's just say, within their local scenes as well. So there has had been a bunch of like, still like local competitive experience. So most people have at least experienced how it's like to play against people from each other as well, with like the TSCC participation from here and there. I wouldn't say that Brazil usually takes out, let's just say, their full max regarding TSCC. So we don't usually see South American players in their full potential. But, anything can still, happen potentially in the future. But there have been some solid players who are coming out from this region.
5 seconds left into the warm-up now as we get set to get going here for map number 2, Love Dive by Super LNC. So let's see what happens here for map number 2. Let's see if Manox is just as dominant. Well, he dominantly hits the wall there. And so we'll start off with a Manox not win. So let's see who's going to take it instead. Zero Pixels, Radiaxo in second and third, rounding off the podium at the current moment. Viger in fourth, Rookie in fifth. Chino and Kemper also fighting for that spot. Kemper, hopefully he can find himself up into top 5. That would really help him and his case to stay in this tournament a little bit longer, as we get into this very nice section here and going through the triangles is Manox getting himself right back into the fight here. I said that he was not going to win this round, but maybe he's going to prove me wrong here. He's so close to getting back into it. There's a fight between himself now and his Brazilian counterpart at the front. And I don't have a quick spectate to go to.
Yeah, there are a bunch of people who did made a mistake, but Penchi was there in the end who managed to still take it. There was a very close race between second and fourth, but there are a bunch of mistakes happening at the end because a bunch of these maps are ridiculously punishing. And they're quite long as well in their overall structure.
I didn't want to go to Penchi because I wanted to look at Manox, and the second I looked at Manox, he crashes. Right? So I can't exactly look at everything. And everyone behind also crashed, and you could see that because there was a 2.5 second gap there between Penchi and Rookie, which made it really hard to look at that. And honestly, that just shows you how hard these maps are, that everyone's made one mistake at least, and you're still on the podium. And even the best players can make mistakes, such as Manox, and well, they'll fall down to 8th place because of it, right, in that round. And because of that, I do believe Manox is only 9 points ahead of Penchi in the leaderboards at the current moment after 6 rounds of play. Don't forget, it is first we're going to play all 25 rounds, correct? And it's top 8 that make it through?
Yeah, it's it's 25 rounds, so it's 5 rounds on 5 of the maps. So the top 8 players will be moving.
And that's on each server, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
of course. Yeah.
Penchi once again in the lead this time. He's not done a single mistake so far on this map, though the players behind him do hope that he does, as he's starting to build a real gap towards them. Manox is the only one who can really say anything about it. He's half a second behind, and he's not going to get there in time. Again, a 103.2 from Penchi, even faster this time around. Manox in second, this time not making a second mistake. Third place again is a 105, 2 seconds behind Penchi. And that just shows how fast Penchi is on this map. And I do believe because of that, he's caught up. No, he's 6 points behind Manox now for first place.
Yeah, and Rookie as well, actually being a player who's in total standings is in 3rd place, but at the moment hasn't really had that proper rounds where he does have the standouts, let's just say, performances, but he's just one just trying to keep it consistent, trying to, just get in those placements in from others' mistakes. But as someone seems like that's one of the main things that he's really trying to aim for, and so far it's definitely working out for him, as he's in a very consistent 3rd place so far.
The 3 players who are currently on the bubble to be out is Kemper, Hardolf, and CDGG. CDGG is in last with 41, Hardolf in 10th with 52, and Kemper with 77. Currently 8th place is held by Raptor and Zero Pixels on 96 points, both of them. Chino is in the lead, Rookie's in second, and Penchi trying to come back here after his early crash in the round, and he'll crash into the wall, gets himself down to third place, but still alive. Most of the players have also crashed behind him, and so he's just fine. He's going to still be on the podium despite that crash, as Rookie's going to come through, win the round, get himself a 105 to win this round. Despite making a mistake, Rookie still wins this round. Zero Pixels comes in second, and as he was tied for last on that bubble, I mean, this 22 points is really going to help him out. And I do believe that Manox and Penchi are tied with this third place for Penchi and sixth for Manox. And so first place is now tied.
Yeah, there's still a long quite a bit of match to be game to be played. You can say like that, but at the moment it does seem like some early positions are being set in stone. But of course, you know, still anything can happen. If you look at the bottom of the field, actually, so CDGG, Harudolf, Kemper are currently the people who are a bit, I would say even a bit of a gap is starting to form between the top 8 and the bottom 3. So definitely Kemper and Harudolf really need to step there up, trying to get that consistency in, because there are a lot of mistakes happening. Especially since, you know, the maps are way more, I would say, not so entry-level friendly, I would say. Remember at the start of the event I myself suggested, you know, we gotta have a bit easier maps, but they said no, we need something like this. But at the end it's, you know, it's coming end down to this, where all of the mistakes, we have seen basically a mistake from every single player who is in the server so far. So definitely, you know, one of the things that's where consistency is quite needed, as actually now Zero Pixels is due to the lead, just having a bit more consistent approach, oversteering most of the turns, just trying to keep it going very easily and simplistic way, and it was enough to get that plus 25 in the end.
And remember, Zero Pixels himself, as well as Raptor, were on 8th place, right? They were tied at 96 points on 8th place. So now that they get 1-2, this is so helpful for them, especially with Viger getting himself 7th. No, he got lower than 7th. He got 9th, I think, in this round. Gets himself down to 8th place on 126. Now they're, wow, they even overtook Chino. So both of them now ahead of Chino and Viger by a couple of points each, and they're catching up to Radioxo. And then they'll move on to Rookie if they can't keep up at this current pace. These two players really coming back from the brink here after a really horrid first map for both of them. Coming back on this map here after Manox and Penchi really having a tough time of it. Even though they are the fastest players, they are not, or they are still prone to mistakes, right? They're still human. We're all still human, hey? I mean, everyone makes mistakes every now and then. I'm sure players on the other side, on the other server, like Asmonero and Matt, are also making mistakes despite their prowess in harder maps. Manox right now in the lead. Elpen right behind, as we call him, Penchi. In third place right now is Chino, 1.6 seconds behind, but that's the hard part that we just went through, so expect that lead to change. No, it's still Chino who is in second place now, as Manox had a full reset, and Pen hits himself into the wall. Can he finish into a risky finish first? That is so close. Chino, so close, but he's the first player to get a 104 other than Pent there, because it was either a 103 or a 105. These are the first 104s we see, and I do believe it's in the last round. So yeah, these are the first two and only 104s that we'll see in round number 1 on this map. Zero Pixels gets third, Manox gets fourth despite his reset, Raptor gets fifth. That's such a good map for those two, right? Zero Pixels and Raptor, who found themselves on that 7th and 8th spot. Now, instead of looking at Raptor and Zero Pixels, we're looking at Chino, and we're looking at, I'm blanking here. Shoot. We're looking at Viger instead.
Yeah, there had been a bunch of mistakes happening, so at the moment we have seen that Chino has been stepped up in the ladders. Also, the points gap is starting to decrease a bit, with Kemper now stepping up a bit. But Viger still being in the top 8 position, giving that opportunity for Colombia to give that another player in the bracket stage as well. So it's gonna be definitely quite something that's they really need to get going. But yeah, at the moment Penchi is leading, Manox is in second, Rookie in third, Zero Pixels Radiana 4 and 5th. Actually, both of them are tied at the moment. Chino in 6th with 157, Raptor in 7th with 152, and then Viger is in 8th place with 128, and there's a bit of a gap to Kemper and Harudolf, and then CDGG is at the bottom with 11.
Also, very big thank you to the Brazilian and Spanish casters for coming along here and helping to cast the match for the South Americans, right? So the Spanish cast, if you're Spanish and want to listen to a Spanish cast instead of listening to our skimpy and English voices, right? You could go down and go check out our Spanish cast. We also have a Brazilian cast, actually. If you could be so kind and show off the Brazilian Trackmania.
Yeah, it's Trackmania BR, which is actually had been hosted for a good while, but they had been doing events, mainly hosted by Beta from Brazilian.
That's why Beta, yeah. It's Beta BR that's in here, and his co-caster actually joined in right after the second map finished, so thankfully did not join halfway through the round. Speaking halfway through the round, we are halfway through the round here, as we are 30 seconds in. Let's see how these players are doing so far, as Chino's in 3rd, Penchi and Radioxo fighting for the lead. We did not see Radioxo that much in the last map. He did not seem to like it as much. As we head on to this 3rd map for 2nd position. Wider turnout of him means he's slower than Radioxo. He'll go back into 3rd place. Penchi will win the round here unless he fails it, and Radioxo will get 2nd. Chino gets 3rd, and Kemper gets 4th. If Kemper keeps on going like this and getting top 5s, he'll be able to probably get back into this here. So if you're Viger, you need to be careful, right? Because Viger had a very good lead after map number 1, but now Kemper's starting to catch up here. He's only 15 points behind.
Yeah, the gap is on the fight for the top 8 is starting to become a bit more like this the main focus part. The seeds also do matter for like the top players as well. So let's say the first will be playing against the bottom players from the other servers. So of course getting a higher placement will give you an opportunity to play against easier opponents, as we had a player who launched off from French Guiana's ESA space station right there. I mean shuttle launch. From the very start, Manax with unfortunate slowdown at the early parts, followed by Penchi and Kemper, as a bunch of other mistakes and clips happening from the side. There's a lot of like these maps are, I would say, very punishing in a sense where also even if you just drop the gear a bit, it completely throws you off, as there are a bunch of mistakes happening, you know, at the end, very end as well. But yeah, so far Manax is leading with Kemper in 2nd, so Kemper definitely looking way more consistent on this map, but Viger as well also being at the top of build, is trying to keep it safe and everything, and trying to even goes for the risky if Penchi does fail the risky end, because they didn't manage to maintain the speed, and it will actually allow Viger to overtake the top 3 placement. There's a 3-second gap till 4th place, so yeah, so many mistakes happening from everyone else, but the more consistent players did manage to come out on top.
And even look at that, right? 1st to 4th, that's 5.5 second gap, right? That is massive. But what is even more massive is that 8th and 9th place got podium positions, right? And so you could really see that fight ramp up between Kemper and Viger. And if Kemper continues on like this, he'll once again put on pressure on Raptor, Chino, and even Radioxo. At this point, everyone is relatively close to each other, right? One of these guys just DNFs, even up to Zero Pixels, who's all the way up in 3rd after being in 8th earlier on, about 8 rounds ago. He could fall back down to that 8th spot if he DNFs enough. So there are still some issues down from 9th all the way up to 3rd, I think, and it's still a battle to be had. We're still halfway through all the rounds that we're bound to play, so there is still a lot left of Trackmania to play in this round number 1. As Manox is in the lead, Radioxo hits into the wall, but despite that, he is still a 2.5 seconds ahead of Penchi, so no real problem there. I don't know if he's got the speed for the risky finish, so he won't go for it. He'll go for the safe, and that is the right call, as, Penchi makes another mistake, falls down behind Zero and Rookie, and so Penchi gets himself 5th. Chino gets 6th, Hardolf gets 7th, which is very nice for him as he will slightly get closer to top eight, but being in 10th place right now, his fight is more so with CDGG than with the others, as CDGG and Hardolph are only separated by 10 points, and then after that, it's a solid 60 points to 9th place.
Yeah, a bunch of people getting the nose land at the start because there's barely enough room. Or it's like there's not that much room to properly initiate regular drift. So that a bunch of people are nose sliding in certain parts. And there's a lot of like micro speed checks within the map that are literally punishing players for not being able to reach certain conditions. And that's why we see a bunch of mistakes coming from most of the parts. Also, if you don't have a correct gear, it completely throws you off. And actually a bit more one of the more consistent rounds that we have seen so far. Definitely not that many people making that many mistakes this time around. Oh, Manox went a bit too outside, clipped the outside part, allows Vediano for the overtake. Penchi is at the moment in solid second place with Chino following in third. Chino actually has a bit more speed. Both players go for the risky finish, both of them barely make it, and a solid top 3 solidified from the field as Kemper also gets the 4th place. Kemper actually a player who really needed those points, who has now just reduced the gap between him and Vager by only 4 points comparing to the top 8 field. So to remind, top 8 will be moving on to double nation bracket where everyone who gets 9th to worst will be eliminated. So the main focus definitely is on getting that top 8, if definitely the people who are at the bottom part of the scoreboard.
Oh man, last round of map number 3, Momentum by Deska here. And after that, we'll have 10 more rounds, 5 on each of their 2 remaining maps. So this is nowhere near done here. Even the players on the top row right now, such as Manox and Penchi, Radiaxo, are all in danger of falling down if they aren't careful. And that's exactly what happens to Radiaxo there. He will crash out and finds himself down real bad in this round. Let's hope he can make a comeback, as Manox, Penchi, and Raptor are your current podium at the moment. Zero Pixels finds himself up there as well. Rookie boss on all 4 of them, but Rookie trying to catch up to Zero Pixels. Zero Pixels will stay ahead for the current moment. It's a nice fight for 4th and 5th, but it's going to be won by Rookie. In fact, he's going to even go ahead of Raptor as we head into the risky finish time, and Elpent will go for the safe finish, and Rookie will win the round because he goes for the risky with Manox crashing out. So Rookie going from 5th to 1st in 2 corners. Very well done by him. Good speed and going for the risky. Good job by him, and he's going to get away from all those below him, such as Chino, such as Raptor, such as Viger, and sad for Kemper, finding himself down in 10th. Getting himself only 6 points that round, and so now the gap between himself and 8th place is back to 22 points.
Yeah, definitely now starting to, that fight still for top 8 is still on, but now we're gonna go into, my opinion, is the hardest map from the field, if I recall correctly. No, this one wasn't that bad. There was one, I would say the hardest map from the pack is gonna be left as last, so I feel like we might see many DNFs regarding that when that will come in, but I will say the maps are very unforgiving for this map pack, especially for the very first regional event. But that's how the whole scene kind of decided to have such maps, to have like a bit more, as a survivalship bias heavy ones. We have seen some evolution of mapping happening within certain scenes as well. A lot of people wanted to have like more extended, very technical, very difficult, deep competitive maps for the very first tournament where we had, like for example, the Asian scene really tried to, let's just say, readjust to have way more simplistic maps. So they just get, get more comfortable time playing the event. Well, here it's gonna be a massive survivalship scene. Especially when it's come down to, what's called the bracket stage. But there's gonna be playing till 120 points cup mode. So it's gonna be a pretty lengthy match. That's gonna take around like 40 to 50 minutes even. So definitely a way more extended match comparing that we saw to AOTC this morning. But yeah, this will be the next map. It has this bit COTD vibe to it, but the start is the one that's kind of punishing part. So the middle and the end part are kind of simplistic, except the very last drift from the map. So we might expect some mistakes at the very start or at the very end.
It's very nice to see, though, that these maps are so different, right? They're a kind of mixed, right? They're not just complete tech. You gotta learn a lot of different surfaces, right? You gotta learn how to go wide on that dirt, right? And it's still good for these players, right? Whether that they're newbies at the game or whether that they're very experienced players, right? It does help to learn everything and to try and master it. As well, right now the start is really what's killing everyone. The only one who survived it really is Radioxo, who's ahead of everyone by 1 second. Rookie is really the only one who can knock on that door, and he's only 8/10 behind. Behind him are Kemper and 0 Pixels. Raptor is there as well. 0 Pixels actually falls out of favor there, and after that Chino is 2.8 seconds behind. So really Kemper right now wants to keep it together, will go for the risky, and he goes flying off, and oh my goodness, as you said, that last drift will kill so many people. Radioxo and Rookie made it look easy, and then both Raptor and Kemper didn't even get top 8. He just flew to Narnia and finds himself in last. That's the last thing he needed.
Yeah, definitely, because, you know, this map is, like I said, the start and very end is the main places where it's, like, the most punishing sections of the map, where it all comes down. Like, is it so, like, consistency favored? Is there, like, 3 people in the start who didn't get the full grip properly, and they kind of got stuck in a 2-wheel. That was a great perspective from Wagers that I saw from my side.
It's beautiful. I just looked back at the stream. Yep, that is a beautiful little sight there to behold. And I think it just shows to everyone, right, that these are not easy maps whatsoever. And even the better players, right, the ones that are quote-unquote more consistent, such as Manox, such as Penchi, right, these guys are really struggling out there as well. So it speaks a lot that if these guys are struggling, I can't imagine the others, right? CDGG must be struggling as well. So it's really nice to see them when they get themselves into top 8, as Penchi will win the round, Manox will get second, Rookie gets third again, and this time a lot closer. Top 6 have the exact same time as my goodness, as not even second place. So it had any one of these 6 gotten this time for the last round, they would have gotten 3rd place pretty much. It's crazy.
Yeah, but so far, actually, if you look at total seeding, how it's split, actually, Penchi is now put himself into a solid lead now. Radiano is now in 2nd, Rookie's in 3rd. Manox is starting to drop down the leaderboard. He was looking as a solid, let's just say, the winner of this group. And also top 8 is kind of low-key starting to become set, but Kemper really needs to sit up. And we can have a look from Kemper's perspective. Definitely hasn't been the player who had that many mistakes. However, 2 people did manage to make a mistake, allowed Kemper to jump from, actually, 3 people, as he hits the checkpoint, loses all of his momentum coming from the previous part. Manox as well being the player who's at the top of the... Yeah, it's not having a great match for let's just say, Manox so far. But does it allow other people to step up, as currently Penchi, Rookie, and Radiano are currently at the top leader, and actually Viger is also getting those extra points. Doesn't allow also the bottom scene get those extra points, because he's kind of, you know, the gatekeeper for the top 8 currently in this match.
Yeah, I see someone writing in chat that they think the top 8 is set here, and I don't think so, right? There are still 7 more rounds after this round here that are left to be played. Kemper is only 46 points out of that top 8, and of course he's losing more and more points as the rounds go along. But the last map, right, as you said, is the hardest map. What if he played that one better, right? And what if someone absolutely is not ready for it, right? Like Manox right now, who's fallen down from first place down to fifth, but he's still 35 points ahead of Chino. But it wouldn't surprise me if we see Chino right next to him by the start of the next map if this keeps on going. Same with Raptor and Viger. Anything can happen to those three, and they're within 12 points of each other. So Kemper, if he stops running into walls, he could possibly have a good chance at beating these guys, at least overtaking one of them and getting himself into top 8. I don't think this is over just yet. I think it is over for CDGG and Hardolf, but they still have a lot to show us, and obviously they still have their own fight to fight between the two of them, as Radioxo will get first place. Very nice time out of him. Manox gets second, Rookie gets third, Penchi gets fourth, and Viger gets fifth. Really good for him. And I think Hardolf, that's the first time he gets sixth place or higher, and so he'll be very happy with that. Raptor gets seventh, and Zero Pixels gets eighth. One more round left to be played on this map.
Yeah, we were speaking about people from the chat have noticed that top 8 is getting sulfur. It actually has over 60 points lead between Viger and Kemper has increased during just the last couple of rounds. So definitely not going to the best favor, but also comparing to top 8, actually top 4 is the people who also have kind of like increased their lead. Yes, there's Zero Pixels is kind of up there as well, but in terms of regular round placements, like the main people who are kind of up there are both Penchi, Radiaso, Rookie, and Manox. So those are definitely the key people who are always kind of at top of the scoreboard, and I feel like those might be the people who might have the most deepest run within the tournament as well, as the couple stages will be starting off afterwards. Yeah, at the moment Manox and Radiano are currently in the 1-2, same with Penchi and Raptor also being in the fight for the top 5. Not very unfortunate clap from Raptor's side a bit. Let's go clip from the inside. Manox also not having the best of entries. So far, currently 0 pixels and Viger battling for that 6th place, where Viger does lose the duel, with only 0 pixels taking it over and one less than 100. But yeah, Radiaxo now getting, and Penchi getting, and Rookie getting that solidified top 3 so far. Moving on to the last round from this map.
And I just took a look at server number 2. Matt is leading with 429 points. Second place, Charles. Third place, Vorgel. Fourth place, Aleps. Fifth place, Asmonero. Sixth place, Zeke. Seventh place, Dogiri. And eighth place is Dex. In ninth place is Kanvolu, who is the only player really in position to try and get himself in top 8, 6 points behind the lead of Dex there, who is gatekeeping that 8th spot. All the other players are behind by too far. So, 6 more rounds left to be played on server number 2. As thank you, motorcycle person, for passing by in the street. Hopefully that didn't disturb you guys too much. As yeah, there's still a fight on both servers, I will say.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the hardest map in my opinion that's gonna be played. This whole map actually got massively nerfed as well. It was way more difficult. Yeah, they removed, basically simplified a bunch of the other parts during the map, but still, the hardest map in the pool. And we have seen already pretty big gaps within the, the first early maps, but this is gonna be the real, survival ship check. Originally there was a top rope clip part, but now it's changed to a very weird upwards drift, and very tight approaches at the very end. But it got a bit simplified, but still I would say is the hardest match within the tournament so far. But let's see how that go into relative rounds. Manox, Radiano are the favorites in terms of peak pace, Penchi as well on this map, but we'll see how everything will look like in the actual rounds.
So 5 last rounds here, on to round number 1. After that, we'll go to round number 2, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated. Right now, that would be CDGG, Hardolf, and Kemper. Kemper behind by just over 50 points, 57 points in total. So he's got 57 points to catch up on Chino right now, who is in 8th. Viger is only ahead by 60 over Kemper right now, so he's still in that fight, but he needs to do really good, and the other two to do really poorly. And right now, Well, Chino's doing somewhat poorly, but Kemper in second place looking for the round win here. Oh, but instead he'll just find himself an airplane mode as Zero finds himself a nice little comfortable lead over Raptor in second, but he hits the wall, so Raptor will overtake him. He'll be able to take the risky finish. 0 Pixels will get himself second. Viger gets third, and Chino gets fourth. The worst case scenario for Kemper, who finds himself in eighth. Oh, he was in position to get second place, maybe even first. Finds himself in eighth, so instead of gaining points on those that he needs to do so on, he falls even more.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's a lot of like mistakes happening. Like this is the map where like it's the hardest one to just drive through. And I feel like that's gonna be the biggest difficulty in terms of entrance. Yeah, the maps are definitely quite of a challenge just to get through for most of the players, especially without a mistake. As you'll literally see, like every single round there's like 80% of crash rates, at least happening for most of the players. Even Manox is the player who does kind of force for pace a bit more, you know, still doesn't. Let's just say the good old clipper still happens from side to side. As currently Manox is leading with Radiano, with Penchi following with 0 Pixels. So at the moment seems like 1, 2, 3, 4 for Brazil so far. Radiano with a bit of approach allows Manox to overtake Manox. He has a very nice third entry on the upcoming parts. If we check out from the bottom, looks like yeah, Radiano just made a mistake, allows both Penchi and Manox to overtake, and they have a solid round on top of that for those 25 points in the end. Despite Manox having that one mistake, he still ends up in the first place. This just shows the difficulty of some of these maps. One mistake is still enough, you know, to climb in the top podium positions in the end.
Kemper's still not finished. Yeah, he'll get 6 points there. It gets last. That means, let me do the math real quick here. He can't be more than 75 points, and he is 71 points out of last place. There's 3 more rounds, and so he needs to win every single round except one, and he needs Chino to DNF all of those rounds. Everyone else can just literally DNF at this point, unless obviously the seeding is important, obviously, right? But they could, if they wanted to, just DNF at this point, because Kemper now, the only person he can overtake is Chino. Everyone else is safe, and with Kemper's mistakes here on this map, he could not stay alive, as you said, right? It's all about staying alive, and Kemper was not able to do so. Chino and Viger have been able to do so just that much better. And so, poor Kemper, he is completely out of it. He would need to win this round. He's nowhere near being able to do so. Over a second and a half behind, as that's a win here for Manox. Rookie gets himself second. Kemper gets fifth, but that's not going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we got our top 8 confirmed now. CDGG eliminated. We'll play the last 2 rounds here for seeding purposes, but in terms of elimination purposes, the 3 players are guaranteed to be eliminated now. Chino, Raptor, Viger, 0 Pixels, Manox, Rookie, Radiaxo, and Penchi are still fighting for seeding positions.
Yeah, but at least it was still nice to see that, you know, for them to give an attempt, especially CDGG as well, showing Venezuela some representation as well. As that's a region it's not, let's say, often you see within the Trackmania scene. Same with Horror Golf, and a bit of a surprise from Kemper, I would say, since he was a player who did manage to play in a bunch of TSCCs, not managing to make it in the top 16. With a pretty, I would say, that could have been a, you know, potential for him to make it, which was a bit of a surprise that he did not. And a lot of mistakes did manage to pop up, but now we can focus a bit more on the top field now. As currently Manox is still leading the field with Radiaso and Rookie at the top. So we have actually a solid round as Radiano gets a bit of airtime, gets overtaken by a bunch of people, and Rookie does overtake him for that second place, and Penchi does chip in that third place as well. And actually, Chino also well cashes in with 0 pixels as well. So Radiano definitely lost a bunch of positions due to that one unfortunate airtime obtained in that one turn.
It's sad to see, right, that we're going to lose a lot of these. Well, not exactly as well known, right? But Venezuela had one player, and that was CDGG. Sadly, we'll lose the Venezuelan representation. We're going to lose 2 players from Chile as well, right? As you said, Kemper, who played in TSCC along with Nats and Biost a couple of times. So,
you know what kind of rivalship we're kind of gonna be seeing during the event? No, we're starting to see, like, you know, the scope. Like from our server, we do see Brazilians having, you know, having this proper look. So I do feel like this is gonna be a similar case that this is like in Asia and Oceania region, where there's like this rivalry between Oceania and Asia, where OC was dominant all the time, and now Asia is now popping off. But now, since like OC has kind of fallen off, it's like the Middle East is starting to like become the main challenger. So I feel like it's gonna be the main thing, like between like the Spanish-speaking parts and the Portuguese-speaking parts in South America. So it's gonna be the Bora versus Vamos. I feel like that's gonna be the main fight on who will have most people in the top 8, who will be the person winning in the end. I think that's gonna be the main parts to kind of look out through this like Vamos versus Bora rivalship. And at the moment, it seems like that most of the Brazilian players are definitely looking out as the favorites, at least coming out from this server, as 3 players from the Spanish-speaking side will be eliminated, while 5 people from the Brazil will be maintaining. And due to that, we'll have Penchi winning actually the seeding, Manox in 2nd, Rookie in 3rd, Radiano in 4th, 0 pixels in 5th, and it's gonna be all of these players still maintaining and keeping their pace in this top 8. That's gonna be still giving us basically for that main fight for all of these top positions. Because now the tournament will just properly start. Because this was kind of, you know, just a round seeding. See who are the people who will be, I'll just say, sitting in their positions, set in stone. And see how everything will end up afterwards. But at the moment, maps definitely look like very, very tricky. And definitely also kind of given an insight on who might be the people to look out for. Definitely, I would say originally wanted to say that Manox will be absolutely sweeping this round, especially since he's the player who has the, you can say, the fastest pace comparing to everyone else. But how were your thoughts on who was like the key people? Definitely the Penchi taking the W, at least in the seeding. Definitely probably will give Sim some confidence as well as we going on to later parts of the tournament. But I was surprised personally that, you know, Manox wasn't that up there. I mean, he was fast in rounds, but in total scoreboard rankings, he was, you know, not as the top seed. With that, he will have a bit more stacked match, I feel like.
Yeah.
And kind of a surprise also of Rookie's performance. Wasn't the fastest, but was definitely the more consistent. And since these maps are very, like, just surviving through, definitely that consistency is something that's very, very needed in that case.
And as you said, it's all about survival, right? Manox was the fastest. There was no question about it. He was able to finish the maps the fastest, right? Most of the maps, he was the fastest. The thing is that he just couldn't survive, right? Which is why he fell down the order a lot. He had the fastest times on, I think, all 5 maps during the rounds. And if it wasn't him, it was Penchi. So those two were really fighting for a top spot when it came to the fastest. But when it comes to consistency, that's where Manox really fell off. And that's why you saw a lot of the other players, right? Even Raptor and 0 Pixels finding themselves in that fight. Radiaxo and Rookie going very, very well for them, right? And so all in all, you have this nice crop of players who I have no idea who's going to go through and who's going to just be sent down to the lower bracket, right? I don't know who that will be. I have no idea when I look at this chart. Okay, this guy for sure is going to make it out of the 2nd round in the upper bracket. This guy for sure in the lower bracket, right? The only person I could say that for is Matt. And we didn't even get to see a lick of him in the 1st round here because he was in the 2nd round being cast by the Spanish cast. By the way, if you guys are Brazilian and you speak Portuguese or you're Spanish, from any other South American country, we have casts for you in both of those languages. You could go to Trackmania BR for the Portuguese Brazilian cast and to Seis for the Spanish cast.
Actually, to give some results from the other server who were the so we had the, like I said, the Bora versus Vamos rivalry between the Portuguese speaking side and the Spanish speaking side of South America. Actually, the other server was a bit more dominant from the Spanish speaking side, as Matt did win it, but there were more people from the Spanish speaking side who didn't manage to qualify. So we're gonna have, I believe we're gonna have a perfect 8-8 split going into the cup mode. So I think it's gonna make this this fight on who will have the most players, who will be the player coming out on top to look out for, because it's gonna be Brazil versus Latin America is gonna be like the main fight, I feel like, during especially the later parts of the tournament, as we're gonna be going into a small break while we get everything ready. I'll be starting off our first round of the cup 4 rounds, so definitely stay tuned. And we are back with the South American Cup. We're soon gonna have our first rounds of the cup mode stage now being live. Now the first matches that's now gonna happening, since we ended with our rounds players set, so we have all of our 16 players now known for the bracket stage. Today with me it's gonna be Quantum Data, who will be joining for the broadcast. And the match that we're gonna watching is gonna be between Matt, Asmanero, Radiano, and Viger. So we have 3 Brazilian players and a player from Colombia in the match that we'll be witnessing. So it's gonna be, the format's gonna be basically the same as we saw previously. It's gonna be the cup modes till 120 points. And the top 2 players are moving on to the upper semifinals, while bottom 2 will get eliminated.
Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, before there used to be a lower bracket, right? But that's been scrapped. So it's just upper bracket all the way through, right?
No. It is double elimination now. So it was only single elimination for the rounds part. It looks like the match is slowly actually getting ready. So we have slowly all of the things are now being set as all players are ready, and we're actually going to be starting the match already right away.
Perfect. So let's get into it then. We've got ourselves Viger, Radiaxo, Matt, and Asmanero, as said earlier. 3 Brazilians, 1 Colombian. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Off of the rip, we're going to have up to 120 points. That is the goal for this match here. And from now on, it's the first to 120 points. 10-6, 4-3 is the scoring type, as it pretty much always is when it comes to Trackmania esports in general, when it comes with the cup mode. And afterwards, once you reach 120 points, you will have finalist mode enabled, and then all you have to do is win one more round. Matt right now in the lead, Asmanero in second, no one else even within the next postal code of these two. Matt and Asmanero 1 and 2, and they'll be the only 2 to finish within a reasonable time frame, as Matt will finish without making a single mistake, a 56-0. Second place, Asmanero, he just gets to save, gets himself a 58-1. Radiaxo and Uyghur playing for third and fourth, and Uyghur will get himself third, and Radiaxo with fourth. Very, very tight on time.
Yeah, that's Matt. This did manage to win his seeding server. It was like the other server that we managed to watch. So we have the seeds from the server are from the middle of the pack, as Asmanero does fail the very start of the map. So all of these maps are very punishing in their base nature. Currently, one of the top seeds from the server 1 are fighting against Matt. Matt currently is leading the field, following by Radiano, just closely following him. Matt still has a pretty solid lead. Finally, we have a bit of a more closer round, as the previous second place from the previous round is now at the bottom of the scoreboard. Matt gets a proper inside line as well. Radiano barely survives it, has to respawn. It didn't get the best of lines. Does allow Viger to now go for the overtake. Matt has a solid lead so far, followed by Viger in second place. Radiano is still trying to attack, have some saying. Has way more exit speed, especially coming from the middle part. Radion actually does get the overtake on Viger as well, and secures that +6 in the end as well.
Very nice indeed. So now Matt on 20 points, and everyone else is actually really tight. Viger will be in last on 8, but the other 2 just ahead of him have 9. So anyone's game here. Off the start, we're gonna have 4 rounds per map. And, I mean, if Matt continues like this, he'll only need 13 rounds before being crowned and going on to the next round. So, right now, the others need to fight to keep him off of the top place of the podium. Radiaxo, the only one really able to do that at the moment, because he's only ahead by 1.2 seconds, but that's only if he doesn't make another mistake. Viger will be fighting with Matt to try and steal away second place, but Matt, the faster player, will get ahead of Viger by over a quarter of a second in just 2 turns time. 1 second now separates Radiaxo and Matt, and here comes Matt now. He is catching up slowly but surely. A few more corners to go, sure, but he is still catching up as we go on to the next checkpoint here, and he finds a little bit of a slowdown. Radiaxo plays his cards perfectly, not a single mistake. and will get himself first place. Not a bad time either. And so Matt will not have the clean sweep here on this map. He'll get second place, 6 points to his name, and Radiaxo will push himself away from Asmonero and Viger.
Yeah, Matt is still leading the field. Vadiano is now putting himself in second place. Asmonero actually was the player who was leading the field in the very first round, putting himself as a potential cup contender. Actually, Asmonero was one of the players who had the most, let's just say, competitive participation within the new game, comparing to everyone else from the Brazilian scene as well. But so far, definitely, yeah, at the moment, Brazil is looking the stronger region from this matchup, as all of them are currently taking the 1-2-3 clip. Matt does clip the sign that gives a nice opportunity for both Asmonero, but then Asmonero gets a no slide on the upcoming part. Vadiano has a very solid free 10-pointer potentially going. Asmonero not having the best of speeds. Viger is very far behind. Matt is now actually cashing in on the mistake that Asmonero had. Matt 10 touches again, and then again gets stuck on the wall just in front of the free wheel as well. And that still allow, all these tiny things will, still give opportunity to others, as Asmonero will secure the +6 and Radiano with the +10 then ends off the round on this map.
Oh man, what a kick W round there, as Matt once again making a small mistake, and then it snowballs into an even bigger mistake. And so that's the end of map number 1. We're moving on to the second map this time around, as the XDDs come rolling in chat after watching him just hug the wall like that. I mean, maybe he just really missed that wall, right? He knew that he wouldn't see that wall again for a really long time. He just had to give it a kiss, As we head on to the second map here, as our match is interrupted, or I'm just kicked out of the server. I don't know if you did as well.
Nah, I have everything fine, so I will keep an update on the points. So currently Matt is leading with 30 points. Radiano is in second with 29, only 1 point difference. Asmonero is in third with 19, and Viger is in 14. So Viger was a player who barely made it from the server 1 that we witnessed previously. So he was barely made it into the cup mode stage, but still trying to hang on in this match as well. So since we're now going to be playing in double elimination, the top 2 players will be continuing on the upper bracket, while the bottom 2 will be sent from this match to the lower side, as this is the very first round from the cup mode stage of the event. So in total for this event, there is 300 USD prize pool that this will be distributed between the top 6 players at the end. So this is the very first prize pool event in South America basically within the new game. So one of the first events with some, let's just say, prize pool funding, or prize pool backing, if I would say like that. So it's very nice to see all these regions popping up, at least having some kind of event as well running. There had been some couple of more like casual events happening in Chile and Brazil individually. So this is kind of the first a bit more serious event, if you can recall. You can call like that for this region. It's a bit of a fight as well between the Latin America and Brazil. So at the moment, Brazil is definitely looking as the stronger region so far, especially in this match, as there's exactly 8 people from Latin America and 8 people from Brazil playing in the cup mode stage right at this very moment. Currently, Matt is leading the field with Radiano in second place, and Viger is currently chugging along in third place, as Asmonero did had an early mistake, but slowly trying to catch up on Viger as well, trying to get those +4 points as well. Matt is currently still leading the field. Radiano in second place, but Radiano has a small mistake, managed to maintain his momentum a bit going, but Viger does manage to catch up. Matt is a bit in his own game, so I think we have seen this before a bit this morning as well on some of the maps. But at the moment seems like it's going to be a fight for second place. Viger with a bit too big of an oversteer allows Radiano to increase his points lead, while Asmonero is a bit following around on the 4th place, going a potential overtake for Viger. As he touches the wall, allows Viger for that still opportunity to maintain the top positions. Matt does hit the finish, managed to finish it barely in the event above Radiano, but Viger still cashes in on that mistake from Asmonero to be in the 3rd place in the end.
Not even close for Matt, as he still wins that round after ping-ponging his way in. Thankfully, he was on ice, right? Had he been on any other surface, I think he would have struggled to even finish in first there. As well, I think one player changed their skin between these two maps, and well, it's a very Keck W skin in my opinion, but maybe it gives it power, right? Maybe it gives Radiax power to have this skin, because right now he's in the lead, and well, the smile on his face might be the same on his car as he keeps driving around here in the lead. Behind him is Matt, who is 3/4 of a second behind. Viger is behind by over a second, so is Asmonero. Matt makes another mistake. Radiaxo then has a very clear lead then, 1.5 seconds over second place. He could crash into a wall and still be fine, as Radiaxo still clear of everyone else, and if he gets into the ice section without a single mistake done, he will be a-okay, very likely, unless he sends himself up into the air like a rocket. Let's see what he does here as Radiaxo. He'll go for it, and oh, he wanted to go for that triangle finish. Will go against it, as Monero gets second, Viger gets third, and Matt gets the first of the last place.
Yeah, actually, Viger got sniped Matt at the very end,
did
as
he?
Matt had a small oversteer on the ice parts. That actually allows Radiaxo to overtake Matt in the total match standings so far as well, putting himself as a race leader so far. Definitely a bunch of mistakes now are popping out from Matt's side that allows him to drop down to the leaderboard as he clipped to the water sound, jumped out of the pool, allows the rest of the player pool, haha, to now be in the top 3 positions so far, as Radiaxo still has a solid lead coming into this round, with Asmonero being in second place. Radiaxo currently still leads the field, looking as a favorite on this map, definitely getting most of the points happening so far. Asmonero in a very solidified second place. Viger with a very small touch coming from the going for that riskier dirt line with the poles on the side on top of that. Radiaxo still leads the field, tries to maintain his bit of an awkward line, now allows Asmonero for a potential increase between the points gap. As Asmonero now is starting to cash in, it's only like 0.2 mistake difference between the top 2 Brazilian players in this round. And his Asmonero does touch. Where is Viger? Viger is a bit down on the scoreboard. Matt as well is very close. Matt really risks the inside. Has a small adjustment with the ice slide, but still managed to be in front of Asmonero at the very end and gets that +6 for Matt in the end, as Radiaxo has a very consistent +10 pointer again. And then Viger with the +3 in the end at the bottom.
I didn't get to see the snipe. I just saw it back on the replay. Oh boy, what a snipe there by Matt. So close too, right? Because he just slowed down. Had that finish been a block further away, I think that is Asmonero's all day. So Matt right now, not exactly dominating like we thought he would be, right? We imagined Matt would be absolutely just running away with this, kind of like what Carl Jr. was doing in TAO. I'll close my window because some guy with his motorcycle is going down the street, and honestly, there I just expected a little bit different, right, from the XTMGL player. So right now, Radiaxo in the lead. Maybe it's just slow start, you know? Maybe Carl Jr. did the same thing. He used to start off slow and then he'd build up, and then once he'd get into the finals, right, that's when he'd really come alive and just be absolutely perfect. Maybe we'll see the same thing out of Matt here, as Radiaxo right behind him in second place, as Monero is kind of in no man's land, 1.7 seconds behind Matt, but 5 seconds ahead of fourth place, so he'll be fine as Matt goes and hits himself, turns into a ping pong ball, goes from the finish.
Asmonero slides out as well, and he slides off the road, and that actually allows Viger to overtake him in points, and that doesn't allow Asmonero to finish in general. So yeah, very unfortunate bump there from Matt at the very end. But yeah, Radiano, I think he got a full sweep on this map. So definitely those +40 points were really useful from Radiano's side at the very end. With that performance coming from his side. So yeah.
After 2 maps, we've seen a lot already, haven't we? And we see that these players, they're here to fight. Radiaxo and Matt fighting for that top lead, and it shows that Radiaxo's putting on pressure on Matt, and well, he's having trouble to keep up with it. what has Matt been up to ever since he dropped out of TMGO? What's happened on his end? Because I've not really seen him since.
He has had a hand injury that he has been trying to recover. He has been playing a bunch of like TMNF and Kaki. He has been playing also the Brazilian community events as well. Most of the people who are participants from the Brazil scene have been very active within the Brazil's community tournament scene as well. So most of them, there's like, you know, a bit of a casual events, not like a really competitive comparing, like a competitive casuals, like casual. So that's how their scene is a bit more set up, and he usually plays also Kaki and that kind of stuff also nowadays. But the same thing with Asmonero. Asmonero has actually been a player who has been playing a bunch of events, trying to get his participation out there. You know, so he's a player who I kind of recognize from that. But there are a bunch of also players from the Brazilian scene who pop up here and there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Asmonero before. I've seen Radiaxo before. Whether it was TSTC, whether it was TAO, right? They play in many events to show off what they could do, and at the same time try to raise their stock. And it's nice to see Matt again, right? Obviously, as you said, he's playing in a more casual sense. He's playing smaller tournaments in Brazil. He's playing. He's just taking the game more casually overall. Has his hand fully healed? What's?
I have no info on that.
All right. Maybe we could ask him later. As well, right now he's still doing very well, right? He's doing very respectable so far. Second place in this round, and he's looking very solid along with Radiaxo, who are currently 1 and 2. As Asmonero makes a mistake, so does Radiaxo. So he'll fall. No, he won't fall, as Asmonero actually makes an even
made a
bigger
mistake
hit
in the same place.
Yeah, exactly. They both ran into the same wall, but Radiaxo just hit it just a little bit less. And so Matt gets the first 102 that we see on this map here. We did not see a 102 in server 1, obviously, earlier on in the first round. We only saw 103s, 104s, and 105s, so the first 102 comes through. Radiaxo comes through with a 105, Asmonero, and then Viger and Asmonero really getting left in the dust here.
Yeah, it does look like a match that does favor Brazil's, at least in this specific matchup. It is only the very first couple of stage rounds, so you know, the skill differences are gonna be the biggest one, especially as we're gonna be coming into later stages of the event when like the rounds are gonna become a bit more faster and closer as well. But at the moment still is kind of where you can see kind of like the mid pack, I would say, of the competitively engaged players, as currently does Matt and Radiaxo are taking the 1 and 2 so far in this round, as Asmonero and Viger did had an early mistake. Matt does still manage to make a triangle with a bit big of an oversteer, but Radiaxo still follows him quite close. Oh, Matt with a very inside line managed to take it. Radiaxo a bit too much outside. Like, this is the part of these maps. They're very punishing in certain approaches, how you need to take them. And you really need to full send like that real line that you're kind of intended to take, and it's not that easy to get. As Matt gets another 102, definitely showing up this very nice consistency finally from his side, as Radiaxo gets second with the +6, Asmonero with the +4, and Viger with the +3 in the end.
Man, so right now Radiaxo and Matt separated by only 2 points. Asmonero and Viger only separated by 5 points. So both of these fights are really strong, but at this point in time, it's very clear who's 1-2 and who's 3 and 4, right? So those two groups have really formed. I don't see how Asmonero or Viger come back in here, even if they win all the rounds in one map, right? That's still the 40 points that you would gain from that. Well, there's a 35-point difference between Asmonero and Matt, so it's going to be extremely hard for any one of those two, right, Asmonero or Viger, to get back into this match, as Matt in the lead. Radiaxo is in second, closely behind. He's crashed all 3 times into this wall here. Will he do it again? No, he won't, but he'll take a very safe line in doing so. I mean, he can, because he is ahead of third place by over a second, and so he can take his sweet time going through that section, as once again, Matt with a 102, Radiaxo gets a 104, as Monero 105, and Viger 106.
Yeah, nothing too special now happening. Matt is just starting to climb in, puts himself in the leading positions. Because we're still 40 points away from reaching the finalists, so quite of a, a long match so far. Asmonero and Viger with the early mistakes so far. Matt and Radiaxo currently in the fighting for that 1-2 so far, as there's both of the bottom two players are fighting for that third place, fighting for those +4 points in the end. Radiaxo with the minor lead over Matt. Matt has a bit better approach coming to the exit side, but Radiaxo still managed to maintain his lead so far. However, the Viger and Asmonero are also not too far behind comparing to the other rounds that we have witnessed so far. A bit too big of an oversteer from Viger's side. Matt now goes owing to a minor increased position. However, it's still only 0.3 between the top two players. Radiaxo with the outside run. Matt had to readjust. Was a bit of extra speed. Allows Radiaxo to a bit more closer to the side, but it does seem like that Matt will take another win on this map, as Matt has a bit not the best of lines. Radiaxo goes for the overtake, but this was not enough. And the both top two players managed to finish off with the low 103s on the scoreboard. But so far, it seems like the top two players are starting to get a bit more solidified in their positions in this match.
Yeah, they're both looking solid up there, both Matt and Radiaxo. I mean, Matt more so because he won all 4 rounds on that map, but Radiaxo got for a second on all 4 rounds, right? So it just showed that they were more consistent on the map. They were just better overall than Asmonero and sorry, and Uyghur, who just found themselves in a situation where they really couldn't do anything about it, right? They just one mistake and they fell down to the 106s. There was really nothing that could be done in that sense, and so both Radiaxo and Matt running away with it. And as I said, even if they come in here and win every round on this map, let's say, right? Let's say Matt and Radiaxo are 3rd and 4th every single round, and one of the two players just decides to win every round. At that point, that would let's say Matt gets or Radiaxo gets last every round, and Asmonero gets first every round, right? That would be 7 points. That'd be 28 points gained over 4 rounds. Well, 28 points gained wouldn't even get you halfway there to meeting up with Radiaxo if you're Asmonero. So right now you are in big trouble. If you're Asmonero, you need to hope that as Matt or Radiaxo really mess up badly once they reach finalist mode.
Yeah, as soon as we're gonna starting our first rounds on this map, at the moment, points-wise, Matt is leading with Radiaxo with a pretty noticeable points lead comparing to their opposition in this match. Definitely puts them as a favorable positions when also the finalists will start to kick in as well. With their Radiaxo Matt currently in the 1-2, but a lot of we saw a bunch of tiny, very weird mistakes. There's just one very strict line that you kind of need to take from this map, and it's filled with micro speed checks, as 3 out of the 4 players have already at least went through those speed checks with unfortunate outcome. That does allow Matt for a very increased lead so far. Asmonero in 2nd place currently, with a Viger following in 3rd. Both players having a bit weird gears as well. Everyone just tries to just survive the map at this point. Asmonero also Radiaxo also quite far in the leaderboard, despite being one of the favorites coming from this match to potentially take it. But that seems like we have a very massive gap so far in this match, and Matt seems like will be the person who will take it in the very end, as Asmonero will finish in 2nd, and seems like Viger will also 3rd, and then Radiaxo will finish off in 4th, taking the safe finish at the very end. So very big gaps here, and that's kind of thing that I was honestly a bit expecting on this map, because it's so it's just such a survivalship based map that's being played out in this tournament.
You actually saw it as you went to Camp 7 there, that Viger actually got himself DC'd for a very short amount of time, and I was on him. I was really scared for the moment. He was in 3rd, right? He was in 2nd, finds himself down into 3rd, I do think because of the DC, lost 3 seconds as well overall because of it. And he just teleported, right? He was in a spot going back and forth and then just suddenly teleported, which funny to look at back on the replay in Cam 7, as it just looked very weird. Matt though, he'll be pretty home free on this map, right? Because as you said, it's all about the survival. And right now, really hard to survive on this map. Just keeping it together is hard enough for both Radiaxo, Viger, Asmonero, even Matt here. Matt, all he has to do is safe lines, because everyone else behind him having some issues, having some trouble. And so, Matt, Radiaxo, Asmonero, Viger, you find yourself in a situation where, well, Matt can save, and the others behind are going to fight for points, and the more they fight, the more they'll crash.
Yeah, but Matt now is only 5 points away from entering finalists, so he needs to just get a top 2 in this round, and he'll be entering the finalist. Definitely looks as the best contender from this. Actually, Radinho looks like as the second favorite, but has had so many mistakes popping out of the, especially this map, that kind of, you know, increases the points difference. And as Radiano didn't make the jump again, having a very unfortunate entry, as Asmonero clipped as well, allowed Vager now to get some second position to get those extra points in the end as well. Matt has a solid lead so far, with Radiano currently in third. Actually, Radiano being currently one of the highest rated Brazilian players in terms of campaign. Also in the previous season, he was also quite highly rated in the campaign, being, I believe, in top 30 world.
Oh, wow, okay.
So he was quite highly placed, especially on ice maps. So kind of lovely to see how he performs in rounds, because for most of these guys, this is their very first tournament. With like, just, you know, like the standardized system, you know, with the Double Nation Cup mode and everything like that. So it definitely kind of unique experience as well, you know, especially when you move on from pure time attack to a completely different, let's just say, game mode style.
We saw a lot of that in TAO as well, right? A lot of the Canadians who went for their first try at a tournament, right? Same with the TSC, where they tried, right? They legitimately tried, and they're trying to show off that their scores that they're getting on these campaign maps, right? Because players like Belingo and Zodiac are getting world records on maps, but on how do you call them, campaign maps, but they're not getting anywhere in tournament play. So the more tournaments you play, the cooler you'll get, the better, more consistent you'll be. They've been playing so much in Cup of the Day, and I can imagine that these
Matt fully crashed out.
Oh,
Matt fully crashed out, so he will most likely not be finishing finalist. Actually, Radiano will be put in a very good opportunity to get extra plus 10 points at least. Asmonero as well with the plus 6, but you know, the points gap is still kind of big. But you know, still get those extra points in to potentially, you know, still deny Matt to exit his round as well.
Good for Radiaxo though, because blocking off Matt for another round stops Asmonero and Viger from getting more points than they normally would, right? Obviously, Asmonero gets second place anyway, but Viger gets -1 point than he normally would have if Matt would already be out at this point, right? So it's not necessarily a bad thing that this happened, but for Radiaxo, he is 8 points away from finalist. Winning this round would make him win, go into finalist himself, and all he has to do for the next 2 rounds is really just get 3rd place, right? Unless he gets 4th place in this round, which he likely doesn't, right? If Matt gets 1st place, no matter what happens, then he'll get top 3 no matter what, unless he DNFs. So he'll also be finalist in practically, for sure, 3 rounds, but most likely in 2.
Yeah, a small update from some other servers. Seems like on one of the other servers, Charles and Raptor are looking as currently the favorites on taking their match. As in their match, they have also Rookie, who was top 3 in the server 1 seeding phase. Might be actually appearing in the lower bracket right away. But anything can still happen regarding, you know, that match. And from, if we have some updates from some other servers, let me triple double check everything. So from the other server is yeah, that's basically the only info that I can give you on. But yeah, at the moment seems like that Mattis will be the person who has the best setup to potentially put himself into the next round, as he is currently is in finalist. Radiano is pretty close as well with 112 points so far. Asmanero and Viger are on a pretty noticeable gap so far, but it all comes down on Radiano and Matt to literally just close it out, as Matt has another fortunate mistake. Radiano with a pretty good opportunity put himself into finalist as well in this match, as well as Monero and Viger to get those extra points and potentially maybe even still clutch it out. It is still a bit of a, you know, room to work with to still collect those extra points, but you know, anything can still happen here. Radiano still going on a very solid run so far. It seems like we have a pretty solid fight for that second place between Viger and Asmanero. There is a bit of a gap between the players also with Matt as well, who is actually starting to catch up on the rest of the playing field. Really trying to force for that inside line, but it's gonna be quite solidified 1, 2, 3, 4. And Radiano will be entering finalist as well. And it looks like we'll have a small 1v1 between Radiano and Matt to see who will be the winner of this match and put himself forward into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, the difference now, right, is I said it would take 2 rounds, right, most likely. No, it just took 1. So at the current moment, it only took 1. It's looking solid for Matt and Radiaxo at this point here, as Asmanero and Viger have only one job here, and that's to win. And right now with Radiaxo's small crash there, they're ahead of they're both ahead of him. And now all they need is for Matt to crash if they want to have a chance here, because they need all the chances they can get. But both chances where Matt did crash, it was Radiaxo that picked up the W and picked up the win. So let's see if either Asmanero or Viger can get first or second. As Viger falls down, he'll go down into 4th place here. Asmanero right now in 2nd position into the finish. That's Matt, who finishes in 1st, and he'll be the first to go through into round number 3, as he's now in the semifinal of the upper bracket.
And Radiano also is in the finalists, but there's a I mean, there's a pretty big points gap with over 40 points for Asmanero to take it. But you know, some couple of bad rounds here and there, and will stack up, especially now since like the bottom player gets basically only 4 points comparing to 3 that it was previously. So it's easier for all those points to stack up right now. It seems like Radiano is in a pretty solid lead so far to close out this match. So we will then have both Radiano and Matt be the people from this match who will continue on with the bottom 2 players, then be sent to the lowest bracket afterwards. At the moment, no major mistakes from Radiano's side, as Monero is kind of chasing him from the 2nd position, but the points gap is starting to increase from 0.9 to 1.1 seconds so far, with the small touch as well, allows even Viger to overtake. I believe that was even oh yeah, it was a full respawn, and I think this might be it for Radiaxo, as he will be closing out this match as well, and we will have Matt and Radiaxo exiting this match, so continue on themselves from between the upper bracket, as Viger and Asmanero will be sent to the lower bracket.
Yeah, no upsets here. Not even like 1 round to think about it, because obviously 41 points behind means that you needed a minimum of 5 rounds of Radiaxo not winning, right, for Viger or Asmanero to even get into it. And at this point, yeah, no comeback, as both Matt and Radiaxo just go through, no questions asked, and then down at the bottom, you are gonna have Asmanero.
Yeah, that was a very straightforward match, to be honest. But like, nothing too special happened during the match, to be honest. Yeah, right. There was very straightforward. At first, I feel like that Asmanero might be the one, especially since he was looking pretty decent at the early rounds. But then, like, the late stages, match started to develop, and then like Matt and Radiano managed to, you know, take that 1-2 position so far. So yeah, we're now gonna have to wait till all of the matches are being set in stone, and then we're gonna be back with the upper bracket semifinals, where I believe the matches become a bit more spicier as well, when it's gonna be coming then up soon. So definitely stay tuned. Welcome back to the South American Cup. We had our first rounds being played out already, where we have now know all our top 8 players who will be continuing on the upper bracket. Also, we know our 8 players will be continuing on the lower side. So the match that we'll be soon going to be watching now is going to be between Matt from Brazil. I think definitely the most well-known player from this field. We also saw him win this match that we saw previously. Then the other players that are going to be in this match is Charles, who is from Colombia. I would say he's one of the more, let's say, one of the upper players from the region. However, he has like close to none international display, if you can say it like that.
If I recall, didn't he play TAO though?
Yeah, he did play the American Open, but that was when he was like less experienced. So now he's way more experienced and now I think he might, show what he can do, let's just say it like that. And he has been looking in the turtle time attack standings quite up there as well. So the other players we'll have is Ellipse and Wargle. So Ellipse is also a player from Brazil, and Wargle is a player who also has been playing some TSCCs for Chile as well. So kind of a recognizable face regarding TSCCs if we count those in as well. So that will be our match. So the top 2 players from this upcoming match will be going to the winner's bracket final. Will be facing off against the players so far will be coming from the other semifinal. I don't really recall from top of my head. Maybe I can have a small peek gander to all of the lists from the other side. Seems like
I could do it if you'd like.
Yeah, it would be really great.
So the other matches in the lower bracket is looking like this. So server 1, 0 Pixels, Chino, Viger, and Zeke. So our only Peruvian fighting himself in the lower bracket as well. In server 2, Asmonero, Raptor, Dex, and Dojiri. We expected a lot out of Asmonero, right? And he's already in the lower bracket, right? He finds himself in the earliest he can be in the lower bracket. Do you think he can make a comeback from there?
Yeah, definitely, because I would say the the people who he's playing there in the lower side is definitely, I'd just say, way less experienced than him. So I feel like that will definitely be something that, will allow him to climb himself from the lower side to the upper side and start challenging the players also from who have, let's just say, a longer lifespan in the tournament. So a small update on who will be playing in the other upper semifinal. It's gonna be El Penchi, Manox, Radiano, and Rookie. So at the moment there are 5 players from Brazil in the upper final, and there are 3 players from Latin America. So at the moment Brazil has that upper edge at the moment, but however, it can still happen, as we at the moment still have a beautiful 8-8 split between Latin America and Brazil in total amount of participants in the top 16 bracket stage. So now we're going to be watching the match between we're going to be watching a match between Matt, Charles, Ellipse, and Wargle. Who do you think might be the people who might come out on top from this match? Especially considering some of the performances we have seen, and there's also some of the results we have seen time attack wise as well.
Yeah, there's well, I mean, for Matt, I think it's going to be a little bit harder this time around, of course. But Wargle, Charles, Ellipse, right? I don't see what separates these 3 in the sense, right? Because in the earlier match, in the first round, they were really close with each other in terms of points, and so really, I don't see what's going to separate these 3 down here. So I don't know who's going to get second or potentially first, right? Because Matt could still get sniped to that first spot here. I doubt he'd go down to the lower bracket, but the upper bracket is certainly not secured.
So if you to give some previous results from certain of the players, so at the moment Charles did manage to win his early winners bracket quarterfinal. So he did manage to win that. Then Vorgel did play second in his match, where he did lose to Manox, but he must manage to be in front of Chino and Dogiri. While Matt, we saw the matches where Matt won. Matt was quite the first blank. However, there was a double finalist moment with him and Radinho. However, there were a lot of inconsistencies popping up of them there, here and there. I'm actually gonna go. I really want Charles to do good, because I really want. I always am the person who wants to see like some of these less known players, who, let's just say, don't have those stats to back them up, or like that history to back them up, or that's like recognizability within the scene. So I would really want to see Charles having a very solid showcase. Until we, get everything being still set up. So the match is still being set up. We're waiting for the match admins to start. So from the lower side, we do have Zero Pixels, Chino, Vigor, and Zeke as one of the bottom finals. And the other match is Asmonero, Raptor, Dex, and Duggery. But I would say Raptor wasn't doing too bad. He was actually leading in the top 2-1 of the matches. So the fact that he's in the lower side, I do think that both Brazilians in one of the lower matches definitely look as one of the favorites. And from the other side, I think Zero Pixels is also one of the strongest one. Brazilian scene definitely is the scene that has had the most rounds-like ecosystem experience, as most of these players, like I said, for them is like the first event for majority of them, except most of the Brazilian scene. So the fact that now I have to play in rounds, which is completely different than time attack, I think it might, kind of give this new experience to them. That's why we see a bunch of like these inconsistencies pop. It's just part of the learning process. So it's something definitely, kind of have to go through at least once to get used to it. So, especially since this is the very first event to this scale for this region as well.
So we talked a bit in the back room between ourselves about a few things that's happened over the last couple of months that's been good for Trackmania, right? And not just regionally for everyone, right? But overall for the entirety of Trackmania, right? Whether it's regional events, whether it's just any region really is doing really good at the current moment, and Trackmania in itself is growing because of that.
Yeah, there has been a bunch of events, especially the Asia scene, starting to get so many like sub-region events, like regionals within the region, I would say. With them having like Indonesia having their own events, Malaysia having their own events, India having their own events. OC is starting to lack a bit, especially now since this was the very first AOTC, for example, this morning, where there's not a single Australian player in the top 12. And all the time there was at least one Australian player in the grand final every single time. So all of them got eliminated, so a bit of a... that scene is going down a bit, but also Middle East is now stepping up as well a bit. With now Turkey, there's a bit of an interesting copy pasta in the Asia scene now, regarding the updates, what's happening there in the mornings, which is actually going to continue on tomorrow. If it's going to start at 6 a.m. UTC, which is going to be quite late or early, I would say, for some of the people, but that will be the time when some of those matches will be starting.
Sadly, AOTC ends when I wake up, right? So that's sad, but I hear that a certain G-Geek is going to be the one casting that. So I mean, that's something you guys should keep your eye on, right? There's nothing wrong with G-Geek there. I think he's
actually there's so many like language-based casts we have today. So for AOTC, for example, we had also a cast in Indonesian by Resir and Vlayathan as well. And there was a French cast by Geek as well. We had the main broadcast with me and Seawall doing it in the morning. And now for this exact event, there's also a Spanish cast being done. And there's also a Brazilian, a Portuguese cast being done as well at this for the very event. Also they're broadcasting some of the other matches that are happening off stream as well. While we're still waiting on for the match to start properly.
So I don't know if they're live though, because this is a very push lap out of everyone. No one wrote "good luck, have fun," so don't know.
I think it's better to
We'll see.
just to get all the updates.
Oh no, there's points. There's points. No. The points have not been reset. No, it's not live.
Okay.
No points reset. So, let's go into that, right? Because now the casts are starting to really come big for
Once I think there's a
for
lot of
him,
like new
right?
other country-based or like language-based that we are starting to see a bunch of new people also coming within the scene, trying to get their at least tryouts in as well. We're seeing a bunch of like talent as well coming from other games as well, trying out as well. Formal, for example, who has been called as the Rocket League Caster of the Year in Oceania, for example, was also stepping in for some of the TSCCs. Wanted to have him for AOTC, but due to like RLCS Oceania regionals, for the final regionals that they had still happening, so it was not possible for him to make an appearance regarding that. But yeah, a bunch of delays at the moment happening, so
Nothing we can really do about that. So
the best we can do is chat a bit, and that's
chatting. Anyone in chat chatting? No,
that's
maybe,
the
yes?
best thing that we can do for now, while waiting while everything is set.
Well, let's talk about just anything and everything, right? As you said, the casts are starting to come from all over the world, right? Before this game was very Eurocentric, right? Obviously, you did have world champion Carl Jr. coming in, right, and not from EU, but everyone else practically was, right? Everyone else was practically from EU. Anyone who played this game in NA or SA or OC, right? They were complete outsiders, and not many people from their own region was playing in. So at this point in time, right, the fact that we see every part of the world starting to grow in size, we're seeing the game starting to go live here, as we're gonna have one warm-up round and then off we go. So honestly, all in all, the growth of the Americas, right, whether that is the USA, Canada, Brazil, Argentina, you have Chile, all these parts are growing massively when it comes to the Americas. In Asia, you obviously have Australia and New Zealand that are growing. You have yourself India that I've seen growing a lot. Indonesia has grown really big as of late. The first TSCC, I do believe, had the first Indonesian team, and ever since then, it really did grow from there. The only thing now we're missing is really like a South Korean team, isn't it?
Yeah, but South Korea sadly has the issue with what's it called? With military service, where yeah, most of the people who were in the Korean scene are currently started to enter their military scene, especially like people like Min as well, who recently entered it. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, we're soon gonna be starting the very first round of our winners bracket semi-final between Alex, Charles, Matt, and Vorgel. So the top two players from this match will be going to the winners semi-final, as the bottom two players will be sent out to the losers. So Charles definitely looking as one of the potential favorites from this match so far. However, there's still a bunch of like, he actually played really good in all the seeding events and the early parts, as Alex has a minor mistake. Matt as well is trying to pop up from the bottom of the field, as Virgil also trying to stay off for that. Didn't have the best of lines. Charles has a solid lead so far. Goes for the triangle as well. Matt still maintains his second position. However, Charles also is trying to keep strong with his first place and trying to keep it a bit safe as well from his side, as currently he still maintains the lead, but Matt is really trying to full send it to manage to catch up as well. Not the best of starts, a bit too big of an oversteer, sacrifice a lot of extra speed coming out that part, but is still in the fight for the leading positions, as Charles seems like gonna take this opening and will take the plus 10 pointer from this round with the 103 flat, and Matt will take the plus 6, Alex with the third place, and Vorgel with fourth.
Yeah, just one small mistake from both Alex and Vorgel, and then the fight between Charles and Matt. That was really close. Had Matt not made that really minuscule mistake earlier on, he would have had a 102 easily there. But Charles, good job by him to keep Matt behind. However, this time it's Charles who starts off a little bit slow, and so he'll hit into the wall, trying to push himself a little bit too hard. Too much risk and gaining too little. Matt in the lead. Second place is Vorgel. Third place is Alex, who needs to release, as well now he's fully into the wall, as Charles will catch up to him. So Vorgel takes the lead from Matt, but Matt only behind by just a little bit despite himself getting a full wall hit. He is still in that fight and in fact retakes the lead from Vorgel. Matt will run away with this one, or should I say drive away with this one, as Matt currently in first, Vorgel in second. There's a fight for third and fourth at the current moment, but that's not what we're going to be looking at, as Vorgel and Matt are really close with each other, but Vorgel goes wide. So Matt will win the second round here. Vorgel will get second. Charles will get third, and fourth place is Aleps, who is really far behind.
Yeah, definitely wasn't the fastest rounds. We always saw like 102s, 103 flat, something then. So definitely a bit of a slower paced round. Also, Matt had a bit of an early mistake in the round. It kind of didn't allow him to get that proper pace, let's just say like that. But this seemed like this might be a match that might go either way, as there hasn't been a clear dominant player so far. Charles only also having the bit of an early mistake in the previous round. So far it's still in a fight for the top. Matt does lead the field. Charles in a close second as well, following by Vorgel as well, while Aleps is a bit at the bottom of the field in 0.7 seconds down. Matt still leads it. Charles attacking with the inside and gets way more XSP, gets the upper gear as well comparing to Matt. Matt tries to maintain his momentum going, even goes for the wiggles, but seems like we have a pretty solid fight for the top position so far, as both Charles and Matt are fighting for those extra 10 pointers in the match. Bit of adjustment from Charles. This loses a bit extra speed, but still is a pretty close fight between him and Matt. Goes with a bit of outside line, trying to get momentum going with the proper gear. Seems like Matt still leads the field, but Charles is very close second. But it was one of the better rounds we have seen with both two players doing a 102. A whole second faster than the previous round, so probably we're getting some proper rounds in this match as well.
Yeah, now the rounds are starting to get a lot closer than what we've seen so far between now Matt and Charles. I mean, when we watched the first round, it was really close, but that was because we had 8 players, right? Now we have 4 players. Up the amount of players, if one makes a mistake, then you already have a quarter of your player base who's made a mistake on the server. So, yeah, it makes quite a difference when you go from 8 to 4. So Matt and Charles will fight for the lead as they've done so far, and Aleps and Vorgel fighting for the lower positions at the current moment. Really, once they go into the next map here, hopefully for their sake, they're slightly faster, as Charles and Matt really going to start running away with this one if they don't start catching up. As Charles and Matt will go for the triangle through the checkpoint here. 20 more seconds left into this round as Charles takes a big lead, but a little bit too much of a big leap as well into the air. And so Charles going really crazy on the inside, and Matt will make a small mistake, fall down behind, and relinquish himself to second place, as Charles can drive safely to the finish without worrying about giving away first place. As Charles gets first, Matt nearly gets sniped by Aleps and Vorgel, as, well, everyone else finishes with a 104 except for Charles.
There was actually a very solid race from the start to the mid-end part, with the small mistake at the end between Charles and Matt. Just that unfortunate bonk coming from Matt's side. Bit tossed his round in a bit unfortunate direction, but so far does seem like Charles definitely looking as a potential favorite, starting to up the consistency as well to challenge Matt for those top positions. Matt does still lead in terms of total points. However, Charles, I believe, might be the main person to potentially snag himself from the top seeds from the match as well. As it does seem like this will be, might be a bit of a breather, or maybe a bit of a break for him, as he has had the hand injury. It kind of made him stop from playing for a good while. So let's see how this map will be going. You saw so many mistakes happening from this map. This map does contain multiple mini speed checks, where you have to jump over the barriers of a roads to just, keep the momentum going. So that's gonna be main things to keep an eye on this. Maybe we'll get some solid rounds as well, especially fights between Charles and Matt, as they are, both of them are actually the top 4 seeded players in terms of campaign rankings. So we might see some very nice rounds between them too, but maybe Vorgel and Aleps also might challenge some of the top players as well with some interesting comebacks here and there as well. It's going to be soon starting our first round on this map within the match. As so far this map does look like as the favorite in terms of total points, but I think Charles will be very close upon to challenge him.
First round underway of the second map here, as we started off with Matt and Charles, both with over 30 points at this point. After 4 rounds, Vorgel and Aleps only separated by 2 points as well, but they're at 16 and 14 respectively, as Matt and Charles are 32 and 30 on their part. Aleps and Vorgel do need some better rounds here, because or else, as I said earlier, Charles and Matt will be far and away, and there will be no comeback attempts here from Vorgel or Aleps if that were to happen, as Matt right now has a nice little lead. Charles does clip, and so he'll fall down a little bit behind out of the Brazilian counterpart here. Vorgel nearly catches up, but that's Matt. We're straight into the wall, and Vorgel will overtake Matt as well. Charles now has a nice little lead. Behind him is Matt, who's fighting with Vorgel. Into the last turn we go, into the checkpoint, and will he go for the risky? Yeah, he's got it. It's the speed, and that speed check will not stop him from winning the round of 58-9. Matt with a second place, Vorgel in third, and Aleps in fourth.
Yeah, a bit of a lucky round there from Charles' side, as he didn't have the best of exit points. He did had a small mistake, but then Matt had an even bigger mistake. So it wasn't the cleanest of rounds, but it still allows Charles to, from Colombia, now go into the top position so far in this match. So I feel like this, we actually have some pretty nice 1v1s happening between Matt and Charles for most of the rounds. Vorgel and Aleps do need to step up their game a bit. But they're always a bit, bit behind, like 0.7 or behind, as Charles gets an unfortunate noseline, has to go for the safer approach. As actually, no, Vorgel is trying to, yeah, of course. Vorgel didn't have the best approaches there, but Charles still, even with the mistake early on, and even bigger mistakes from Aleps and Vorgel, now still stuck into the second place. Matt is still leading the field so far, while Charles still maintains his second place, as we have pretty significantly big gaps between all players, with more than a second between everyone else so far in this field. Matt does certainly lead it, and I believe this will be a solid 1, 2, 3, 4 between, and Matt will take the plus 10 pointer in the end, unless some silly mistakes happen at the very end, but seems like both Matt and Charles did manage to make it through very easily at the end.
Very nice time by Matt as well. I think that's the first sub 58 we see in the competition so far, is it?
That was actually, yes, we have seen a bunch of 58s, but we haven't really seen a 47 so far. So this is the very first 47 we have seen on this map so far. So the world record here is a 47.4 by Matt. So this is the map where Matt does have a world record as well. Manax is in second place, but Charles is in third with a 57.7. But yeah, there's only 3 people between the player pool who can even do 57s, and it is Manax, Matt, and Charles. So 2 of the people who can potentially snap those times are in the server, as Charles then had one of the best of starts. Matt does lead the field, followed by Aleps and Vorgel having a bit more safer round comparing to the previous ones, as they probably feel a bit more additional pressure. Especially since seems like Charles and Matt were kind of solidifying them in themselves in 1-2 positions. Charles with another mistake. Now it's a fight between Vorgel and Aleps for that second place and those plus 6 points, as Matt is gonna get another plus 10 pointer in this round unless he messes up the end. Seems like he gets it with a 0.6 as well. So that is faster than Charles' personal best, so very good time. Very, very good time actually from Matt's side, as that was 0.15. No, sorry, 0.17 from world record. So very solid consistency coming from Matt in this round.
That's a very solid time altogether. 0.17 from world record. Of course, these maps are not as hunted as strongly as, let's say, a campaign map, right? But even in campaign maps, it's really hard to be 0.15 from world record during rounds, especially on a map this long, right? So the fact that he got himself 0.15 away from his WR shows that he's very consistent. Let's see what Charles can do, though, as he's currently in the lead. Matt is really in no man's land, finding himself 2 seconds behind everyone else as Aleps fights with Charles for first place. Vorgel will actually catch up now, as small mistake out of Ellipse will get him out of that running. Charles now, he's got to respond in some way. Will he show us what he can do with this nice little time here that he could show us, as Charles in the lead by 0.5, and that's a comeback out of Matt. So no, it's been a real save out of Charles. It's going to be a 58-88-8 as Matt gets second. Even though he goes for the safe finish, I do believe he gets second. So
no, he did fully
Matt,
risk it. He actually got full send at the middle port, and it was enough to actually get those extra points overtaking Ellipse and Vorgel. So, you know, even despite having the small mistake, he managed to full send it and get that second place in the very end as well.
Behind. It was 1.6 seconds behind after that mistake. So very nice and nicely done there. And for Charles, I mean, that makes sense out of him, right? Save as much as you can, right? Because there's no point in rushing that. There's no point in trying to pull off that 57 when you know that those behind you can't do 57, and the only one that can has hit the wall and is 1.6 seconds behind you, right? That does make sense.
Yeah, exactly. As we're gonna go on to Timberhead by Agrabo, which was made together with Shrimplad.
So this is a Canadian map, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
so
it's a very NA mapping. So Agrabo is from United States and Shrimplad is from Canada. So the world record on this map is a 53.8 by Manox. Matt's personal best is a 53.9, while Charles is a 54.2. So there is a bit of a time difference between like the peak time, as we said in the AOTC broadcast. There's some of these peak times that certain players can do. It kind of shows what is their pace range that they can potentially do in a match. Like some people have the range, let's just say, is way slower, but they can really play closer to their PBs. Well, there's some people who have way faster, let's say, personal bests, but they can't be as consistent. Due to that, they drop quite a bit slower. But it still gives like the showcase what's like the peak of what players can do. As we're gonna be going on our first round. So actually, in terms of points wise, Matt is leading with 64 points, Charles in second with 60. And there's almost 30 points gap between second and third place. So the main fight focus is between Matt and Charles, and who will be taking the upper seed in this match, and potentially also contesting the other players on who might give that extra bit of advantage, even coming to the winners finals that will be played out tomorrow. So Matt currently is in a small lead, followed by Charles in second place. Only 0.2 difference as we're coming on the last few turns. We have seen some mistakes coming because it's very easy to get their time, and it's coming from Charles, and he gets overtaken by both Vorgel and Ellipse as well. As actually Matt does a very nice time again. He actually sets a faster time than Charles did. He did a 0.4 from world record in a round. Exactly 0.4 in a round. So another solid time there from Matt coming in this very opening round of this one.
Yeah, Matt is starting to flex the muscles here. As I said in the last round, where he started off slowly, right? He didn't exactly need to flex the muscles so far. He did have a world record or a really good time on most of the maps at this point, right? But right now he's showing how consistently he can do those times. Charles has some really nice times of his own, and he can fight with Matt on most of these rounds here. But Matt right now is just proving to be too much for Charles to handle, and so he's winning most of the rounds. Charles making some small mistakes here and there. It's really costing him first seed at the current moment, but he's so far ahead of Vorgel and Ellipse that it doesn't really matter all too much, as Matt will win a second round here on this map with another 54.9 by Charles. Behind him is a 54.8, and yeah, that lead only grows for Matt. They used to be tied, and now it is a 15-point gap.
I feel like it's quite hard for Charles to play against, because Matt is literally doing PB pace and a bit faster than Charles does. Charles' peak pace can be on this map. So right. I feel like it's really hard mentally for Charles to play, because he's not playing too bad. But as Matt now, and who was that? I believe that was Ellipse, having a bit of a, shoot off into the space. As
Airplane mode.
yeah, despite Matt having an early mistake, he's still in that third place. But Charles has a great opportunity now to have that lead. But also Vorgel is trying to at least maintain that second position to deny Matt some points, and also give Charles that opportunity to decrease that points lead that Matt has obtained from the early parts of this map. So Charles in a pretty solid lead so far. There is a 0.6 lead. Matt is trying to really full send it, trying to snack in. Vorgel goes for the Oceania, almost gets the full airtime, and still managed to finish off in the very end. As actually Charles almost did a personal best with a 54-3. It wouldn't have been enough to take on Matt in the previous rounds, but it was enough to take it on this round though.
Yeah, and that's a really solid time flexing his own muscle, right? Showing that he's got his own pace as well. And I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? To show off your pace, as Matt shows off that he can press W late as well. So Ellipse finds himself in big trouble, so Matt can overtake him. And well, he's just faster than Vorgel, so he started off about half a second behind, and now he's half a second behind Charles. If Charles can do a relatively decent time here, he will be set. However, Matt's already climbed back a 10.5 here. Make that a 10th and a 2/3, as Charles now starting to lose his lead. It went from nearly half a second to now less than a quarter of a second. Now, oh, Matt just clipping onto the road border. That is unfortunate. Really gotten close right up into his grill there. And Charles could feel the pressure, but he'll survive, and he'll get himself a 54.6. I thought for sure Matt would have gotten him at the line, and he minuses because he hit that road border clip there. It's just that was undeserved in my opinion. And yeah, I think he believes so as well.
Yeah, he was on a pretty solid pace as well, despite, he had a bit of an early clip at the start, made him lose that 0.5 at the very start. He was still, like, the fact that he caught up, he was literally on a low 44, like 144 flat pace, which was 0.2 faster than Charles's personal best. But Charles keeps doing, like, a pretty consistent, I would say, 0.3, 0.4 from his own PB pace, which is around 0.6 from world records. It was like, still like very hard to match up with Matt, but it was still enough with those couple of mistakes popping up from Matt here and there. With unfortunate clips actually coming from Matt in the last round. As all of them came from like those micro clips, but we'll see how everything goes on this map. So maybe a bit of tilt as well, can give some that inconsistency here and there coming from those clips in this map as well.
I mean, I remember when Poolside, was played, and there were a lot of clips into that water section. I don't know if you remember, but yeah, that road border there would just randomly clip some players. Sometimes not, sometimes it would, right? Really just depending how unlucky you were, right? Whether you would get a clip or not. And so it tilted a lot of players, and as you brought up, right, he might get tilted by this time. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't, right? Because he's still got his lead. It is only 3 points now, but I mean, he's for sure got top 2, right? Vorgel and Lips are behind. They have half of his points, and in Ellipse's case, he literally has half his points.
Yeah, we're speaking about points. So at the moment, Matt has 92 points. Charles with 89, Vorgel with 49, and Ellipse with 46. So it seems like the clipping meta is still like going together with Matt, as he managed to clip the very, very start and then made him get the early jump. As actually Ellipse is a player we see now currently in the lead. That's a name we haven't seen really pop up during this match. But Charles quickly snags on the league back. If we check on the map, Matt is a bit behind, trying to snag in on Vorgel. Vorgel is a whole second in front of him. However, he's starting to really decrease the lead, already down to but just 0.9 of a second. So a bit of unfortunate airtime there coming from him as Charles flips the side and allows... Wait,
everyone did.
Everyone
died.
Everyone clipped that middle part. It was kind of catch it hard on from my perspective. But yeah, that's part is very nasty. And actually, Charles managed to snipe also Ellipse at the very end for that second place. But Wargle, despite trying to have a bit more consistent of a round, not definitely the fastest one, still managed to get that plus 10 pointer in the very end.
That's his first place, isn't it?
Yeah, actually true in this match.
Yeah. So in this match, that is his first place, which, hey, nothing to sniff home about, right? You know, you beat Charles and Matt in this round, and, well, Matt, okay, now the tilt might be coming in for Matt here, because he's tied up with Charles, and every single round, I mean, this the 5th round in a row now that he clips at the start in the first 10 seconds of the round, where he's just completely out of it, right? He's made some comebacks down after he's clipped at the start, but he's still clipping at the start nonetheless, right? And at this point, you're starting to get into your own head. Once that starts happening, I know it, and you need a really strong fortitude to be able to outdo that, right? You need a really good solid set of rounds to get that mentality out of the way as Vorgel gets a really big slowdown. Let's see if Ellipse will overtake him for 2nd place. No, it's really close. Charles will win the round by 2 seconds over Vorgel, but he'll keep 2nd. Ellipse gets 3rd, and Matt now is behind Charles by 7 points after being ahead 15.
Yeah, definitely not the best of rounds coming from Matt's side, especially since some of the rounds that all the time were happening due to some clip, small bump. All of these small things kind of, you know, just added up and started to tilt him a bit. I felt like it, as there's still, you know, still a lot of opportunity to finish him off in a very close. Only just 7 points is nothing too much, as Matt currently has a pretty bit more optimal start comparing to Vorgel. Actually, Charles is now a bit out of this round. At first I thought I was spectating Charles, but last time I was like, Charles is the player who kind of lost his consistency chain this time around. Matt still leads the field. Vorgel is in 2nd place, falling by only 0.4 behind. However, Matt is still increasing the points lead so far. We saw some fancy flips here happening. Seems like no major mistakes, actually, except Matt. Matt does touch the side, but still maintains that 0.5 lead that he managed to obtain from the early parts of the map. Vorgel does have a bit more speed, but it's still enough for Matt to take the plus 10 pointer in the very end.
Yeah, very nice out of Vorgel there to keep himself out of trouble, gets himself that 2nd place. Matt, I mean, he's been doing pretty solid all around, and now finally, after a few bad rounds that he chained together here, Matt and Charles only separated by 1 point. Neither of them can get the finalist mode in this round. However, if they both get top 2 in the next 2 rounds, then they'll both be in finalist mode. And so, let's see what they can do. Matt and Vorgel, 1 and 2. Behind them is Ellipse and Charles as they fight for last place. As Matt right now really just going to be driving away with this one. Vorgel keeping on his tail, surprisingly, for a long while. We've not seen Vorgel really being up in the fight with Matt and Charles. Well, now it's really nice to see that Vorgel is in that fight here. And it's nice to see that this is a map that he's more comfortable with and that he can really set the tone on. As Vorgel makes a small mistake, it'll allow Charles to go through, but Charles goes in deep. He doesn't hit the wall. That was so close. Matt will win the round. Charles will get 2nd. Vorgel gets 3rd. Ellipse gets 4th. And look at that. A 55, 256 isn't a 57. Nothing wrong with that round whatsoever in terms of times. And Maddox getting 1st in the other server, in the other upper bracket server.
Actually, the 55.8 that Matt did was also 0.2 from world record as well. So,
oh my goodness.
Pretty solid. And also one thing to note as well that actually Vorgel didn't make a mistake. Just Charles had a really sick entry on the...
Did he?
He had a really sick entry on the dirt side that allowed him to keep the momentum going over the free wheel part.
Because Vorgel lost like 0.4 to Charles.
Yeah,
right?
he had a really sick entry from Charles' side.
Wow. I'm guessing that he kept the gear in the case that Vorgel
No. He
didn't,
like
and
full sending. He had a very sick momentum
Okay.
coming from the drift, and then he got like a really nice outside
sick.
line from the dirt that kept the. And having a lot of speed going over the freewheel part really allowed him to like gain up that 0.4 from that part.
The fact that that wasn't a gear down out of Vorgel, right, and that he didn't hit the wall like I originally thought, because I'm not playing with sound, right?
Yeah, it was a really
So,
good full send from his side regarding that.
To me, it looked like a gear down, right? It did not look like a clip, but the fact that that's not a gear down, that's amazing out of Charles there. And so, we're likely on the last map here, as both players, Charles and Matt, are 5 points away from finalists. So, Matt, all he needs to do is finish, whether he's in first, second, third, or fourth. It does not matter for him, but he does want to keep Charles out of the top 2 because Charles needs top 2 to get finalist mode. If he gets third or fourth, he won't have enough points. However, in a maximum of 2 rounds, he will be finalist. Vorgel is 45 points away, and Ellipse is 60 points away from finalist mode. Lots of Trackmania left to be played as Charles in a big lead right now, over half a second over Matt. And Vorgel, Ellipse, has made a big mistake there, and so has Vorgel as he's hit into the wall. And so now the fight really is just between Matt and Charles. Charles just needs to get himself top 2. Does not matter what position he comes in. Same with Matt. Does not need first place. All he needs to do is finish. Matt right now, though, yeah, he won't steal first place away from Charles whatsoever with that clip and flying out of the map. So, Charles onto the ice, 2 seconds of a lead over Vorgel. He will not clip, will not make a mistake. A 106.8 is what the doctor ordered. Vorgel gets second, Matt gets third. And as long as Ellipse can finish here, he has the time, right? He has the time. Yeah, it's close, but he's got the time.
Yeah, Ellipse got a very unfortunate slide out at the very last ice turn that put him. He was on a top 3, but that unfortunate ice slide really put him out of the round top 3 contention. As currently we have a double finalist between Charles and Matt, as Ellipse currently slid out on the water part. Currently a solid fight between Matt, the Colombian player, and the Brazilian, so it's a bit of a Latam versus Brazil at the moment. Charles currently leading the race with over Matt, has over a 0.5 lead, a bit of an airtime coming from Charles' side, so managed to keep the momentum going. Charles still following the lead with Matt in second place, 0.5 gap. Matt is trying to push. Now the difference is down to 0.4, now even to 0.3 at this point. Charles still trying to keep the solid lines, and Matt is still trying to push, gets that low jump in as well, gets the full grip in as well. Bit of an awkward push from Matt's side, allows Charles to oversteer because he doesn't try to maintain the gear going, but it was not enough. Matt now has to do a small release, also Charles as well. Charles goes for a wider approach, going to get a bit more momentum. It's gonna be Matt securing his position into the winners finals in the very end with the 106.5 at the very end. Charles had a pretty solid round, but the early mistake from Matt managed to make a small comeback as well with that, and Matt will be securing a position into the winners finals.
To me, from Charles as a clip, I was on Charles, that looked like a clip to me, like he clipped between the 2 road surfaces, and that to me is sad because he was on pace for a 105. Like, he was 0.5 ahead of Matt, finishes with a 0.8, and Matt finishes with a 0.4. So, I think that would have been a sub 106, honestly, which really good time for this map. And well, Charles right now will try and finish it off right here. And although he won't have the seeding he wanted, he will get himself second place, very likely, because Vorgel and Ellipse are way far behind. Ellipse 2 seconds, and Vorgel 1 whole second behind. And in Formula 1, 1 whole second, that's not too much to be fair, but over 1 lap, that is massive, as Charles now in the last few corners here, all he's got is 2 more checkpoints, and then the ice section, as Charles now, he could just ride home free. Both of the players are 2.5 seconds behind, and Charles, even with a small mistake, could still win it, and he'll do so. 106.34 will win him the match. As wow, that's a really close finish between Ellipse and Vorgel, but they'll fall down to the lower bracket there with Vorgel in third and Ellipse in fourth.
Yeah, congratulations to Matt and Charles for securing a spot into the winners bracket final. Didn't seem like too hard of a match for them, especially since the top two got quite solidified between the top two players. As currently we're still waiting for the other matches to finish off, so we know that Manox will be also one of the people who will be coming from the top side from the other match. But we're still waiting for all of the info coming 100% from the other side. So we know who will be the people who will be witnessing tomorrow in the winners bracket finals. Also, we'll be knowing who will be the very first few people who will be eliminated from the competition as well. So far, the Brazil does look like a bit of a more stronger side, especially as Charles was looking as the strongest favorite from the Latin America side of Southern America in this tournament. And seems like Matt definitely also showcasing that he is one of the top contenders in this event, having some solid rounds here and there as well on top of that.
Yeah, Matt looking really solid so far, really turned on, but Charles gave him a run for his money, and that's really because of the small mistakes that Matt did at the beginning of the rounds. He had that streak of like 5 rounds in a row where he clipped into the walls, and despite the fact that he made it competitive, it showed that it did bring him off his game for a bit, and then he came back, solidly finished it off, and yeah, he showed why he used to be a TMGL player. Honestly, he showed his skill today, and well, let's see if we get any more surprises down in the lower bracket and the upper bracket. As do we have any more matches today? I don't. Yes, we do.
Yeah, one more.
Yeah, we got the lower bracket semifinals that will be played in about 20 minutes time, and so this will be the other 2 losers from the upper bracket and the 4 winners from the lower bracket quarterfinals. So we could see Zero Pixels, Chino, Viger, or Zeke as Monero, Raptor, Dex, and Dojiri getting themselves up into the lower bracket semifinals. Same thing with Alpente, Radiaxo, and Rookie finding themselves down here. Only one of those 3 will find themselves in the winner bracket final with Manix, Matt, and Charles. Who will it be? Should we stay on and try to see if those
We'll see
names
how
come
it completely
through,
plays off, and then we can witness before starting off the loser side. So yeah, at the moment we'll be waiting until all of the matches properly finish off from this specific round. So definitely stay tuned. We'll be back with one more round, which will be from the loser side of this day 1 tournament. So definitely stay tuned. Welcome back with the South America Cup. We already had some couple of early rounds being played out. And now we're gonna be done with the last round of today, which is gonna be the lower bracket semi-finals. So already saw that we now know who will be the 4 players we'll be witnessing tomorrow. We're kind of qualified for day 2 from the winners bracket final, who have not lost a single match so far. And it will be Manox, Matt, Radinia, I forgot how to say. No, I'm not. And Charles, but we understood who the person is that we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's Radinho, who is the person who is awaiting in the winners bracket. So yeah, it's at the moment 3-1 in forward for Brazil and people who are still left in the tournament. But now we're gonna be witnessing a bit more Latin America focused match. It's gonna be soon starting off from the lower side. So all of the upper bracket is kind of done for today. So now we just have one lower bracket round left. The match that we'll be watching on stream is between Vorgel, Rookie, Asmanero, and Chino. And the other semifinal is lower bracket semifinal is being between Penchi, Ellipse, Zero Pixels, and Doggery. So those are the 2 matches that are gonna be played off stream, but we're gonna be watching the Latin America dominated match so far basically in this upcoming match. As so far it seems like it. So the top 2 players from this match will be going to the losers bracket final, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated from the tournament. We already said goodbyes between Weiger and Zeke, and Dex and Doggery. So sadly, bit 4 losses for Latin America side. Brazil is just looking like as the much more stronger country in terms of most people playing, in terms of competitive level between the Latin America and Brazilian scenes. But Brazil is the region who has had the most amount of let's just say competitive rounds opportunities comparing to Latin America, so that's why we probably see a bit more players coming from Brazil in this Latin and Brazil rivalry, as we're gonna be actually starting our first round in our lower semifinals.
Small correction, it was Raptor and Dex that got eliminated. Doggery is still in the other semifinal in the lower bracket.
Okay, apologies.
Honestly, we have a top 8 for tomorrow, right? After these 2 matches, we will have ourselves our top 8, and tomorrow we will start back and figure out who is the best South American player as on these 5 maps specifically, right? Because you could say, they're the best South American player, but on these 5 maps, as Vorgel has the lead over Asmanero, Chino is in 3rd, and the last player has completely clipped out there. It was Rookie, who is currently clipped into a checkpoint. I don't know if he's going to be able to finish. He's really, really far behind as Vorgel and Asmanero fighting for this lead, but Vorgel having a nice little lead here all to himself, and Asmanero can try as much as he can, will not be able to catch up. A 104.0 for Vorgel. Asmanero, a 104.5. Chino gets 3rd, and all the way back here is Rookie, and he has the time. Yes, he does. So close to not making it. He does make it in the end.
Yeah, Rookie was actually looking as one of the better players in terms of when the round seeding stages happened. He was one of the players who cashed in most in terms of consistency between the player pools, but he's starting to make some couple of mistakes here and there. As Vorgel and Asmanero looking as the 1-2 players so currently, but as Vorgel also makes a mistake, Rookie with a small comeback due to that. Asmanero now currently leading the field, Rookie in the 2nd place, Vorgel in 3rd, and Chinook at the moment in 4th. So this is a bit of a 3 Latin America players versus 1 player per Brazil in this match. Definitely, I think this is kind of the match where there's the biggest amount of participation coming from the Latin American scene. But it seems like Asmanero is trying to defend his Brazilian side a bit more, as Rookie gets a very unfortunate clip, allows even Chino to get the overtake, and Chino actually almost skips the checkpoint there, so manages to get the momentum going. Vorgel at the moment in 2nd place, with Asmanero still trying a bit more safer approach. Most of these maps are very more consistency favored, so it's more survival based than pace based. as we see most in other tournaments, but still it's going to be Asmonero solidifying the +10 in this match, as Vorgel will be getting the +6, Chino in third, and Rookie with a another unfortunate last place so far in this match. I believe the Rookie being at the bottom of the leaderboard now will definitely probably will spice up the leaderboard in the later stages of the event.
We know what Rookie can do, right? And this is just not his map, right? We saw this in Best of 8 as well, where he did not win a single round on this map. He was struggling on this map, and it shows here with his consistency here. He's just unable to keep it together, especially in the triangle part, really. That's where he keeps on struggling in total, but obviously he's just struggling everywhere at this point, just flying off. And yeah, he's gonna have 12 points if he's not too careful here in the last few rounds, as Vorgel and Asmonero will fight for the top 2 positions. And the comebacks out of Chino and Rookie will need to start off early here, because Chino also having some issues, and he finds himself down in... but Asmonero also making a mistake. So Vorgel all alone at this point in time. Nothing much more that can be said or done, as Chino will come in last here, and Vorgel, I mean, he's all alone. He could literally just stop in front of the finish for 5 seconds and still be fine. He's not going to do that. He's not going to BM everyone. 103.66, that's the fastest round so far, and we see no one even close here as Asmonero finally finishes. Rookie gets third, and Chino DNFs.
No joke. This has been one of the biggest Fiesta runs I have seen of my witnessing, like, competitive Trackmania for the last 2 years. This has to be, like, up there, like, top 10, like, craziest rounds I have seen. Like, in terms of Fiestas. Like, there were people, like, doing backflips in terms of checkpoints, getting stuck in checkpoints, they're getting bumps, getting tossed into CPs, getting unfortunate respawn. It was just a Fiesta all over the place. Vorgel only one getting a solid round in. Everyone else had at least 2 ways how they failed during that round. That's why the gap was almost 10 seconds between the leader and second place. As currently we have a bit of an opposite of this round, as now Vorgel is actually at the bottom of the leaderboard. As Monero tries to place a bit more safe, goes on our large side of the checkpoints, and with Chino does decrease the points leads, the time lead that Asmonero did manage to obtain. Bit of a delayed drift come from Chino's side, as Monero still is leading the field. The Rookie is at the back in third place, as Vorgel at the moment is the bottom of the round. Comparing to last time, Chino with an unfortunate nose slide gets overtaken potentially by Rookie, but still managed to maintain that second place, and Asmonero gets the +10 at the end. Chino with the +6, Rookie with the +4, and Vorgel in the end at the bottom with the +3.
Were you on? Oh yeah, you were on Rookie. You got to see him just slightly clip it to that corner. I think that was really tight up until that part. That's unfortunate. Hey, what do you got to do if you're a Rookie, right? You just did a perfect lap, right? After having 3 horrible laps, right? And you get third last time around with a -9. You know, it's sad, but yeah, okay, you'll take third place. But this time around, right? Literally gets a -0.5, right? Like it was so close between these top 3 players, and no one crashed, no one made a mistake, right? And so small mistake out of Chino, of course, getting the no drift, but. Come on now, like what does Rookie have to do to even just get second place at this point? Because even a perfect lap out of him pretty much did not even get him into second place.
Maybe there has been a bit of this player fatigue coming in as well, especially from people who are not so experienced. Like playing for 3 hours non-stop is, you know, especially through a tournament environment, can really stack up if you're not like experienced for that. So there's definitely can be a bit of fatigue coming in regarding in that. But so far seems like that's Vorgel definitely looking one of the better players within the field. Asmonero as well at the top. Rookie on paper was also one of the better players within the field, but definitely hasn't really showed up to what he can potentially do. As we're going to be coming on first round to momentum by Deska. Actually, a lot of places where like there is a bit delayed steering coming from Rookie side. That's really throws him off the line. That's definitely makes him not like as himself playing. Chino as well with a small touch in the inside. Seems like Asmanero as well with the touch. So Virgil has a solid lead so far, with Chino now taking that second position currently within the round. Asmanero trying to approach Chino for that second place, trying to get those +6 places. But Virgil really tries to just solidify to get that +10 on the leaderboard, especially for his countryman from Chile to get those extra points also. But be nice, you know, just give him that extra Chile players and extra people from Latin America to also be longer staying in day 2. As currently the field is quite dominated by the Brazilian scene. However, there are some people from LATAM who are kind of pretty looking alright, as Virgil does take the +10. Chino still secures the +6 in the end. Asmanero very, very close, but still gets the only 3rd place within the round, and Rookie at the bottom of the scoreboard yet again.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough for Rookie. Might be tilt at this point, but his first map was really, really horrid. Though we did see some relatively good pace on this map out of Rookie, as Chino and Asmanero, 5 seconds in, they've both done massive clips, and Chino somehow 5 seconds into the map was already behind by 1.2 seconds, now 1.5 as we are deeper into the map. And now Rookie having a reset himself, he's behind by 5.4 seconds, trying to do the speed check jump. He had to reset. Virgil in the lead now. Behind him is Asmanero, who, despite clipping, somehow is in 2nd place. Makes no sense to me, but listen, he's doing just fine at the current moment. With Virgil right now, all he has to do is safe this one to the finish. In reality, as long as he doesn't hit the wall, he will be fine. Get the +10 and will be safe, as he'll even go for the risky finish. Has enough speed for it. So does Asmanero. Another 59 out of Virgil. A 1.44 out of Asmanero, Chino, and then Rookie. Once again, it's a repeat of round number 1, and Rookie, despite starting off strongly this time and with 2 people clipping out, still gets last.
Yeah, Virgil starting to increase this points lead over Asmanero as well. It seems like Virgil's just the only one who's just tried to get those consistent rounds, and the pace has not really been up there, but the consistency has been. That has been just enough to get those +10 pointers happening during the rounds. As currently there has been an early mistake from Chino's side. Both Asmanero and Virgil really fighting for that +10 pointer, but Rookie also is kind of close at the back of the field, with only being 0.1 behind. Small release from both Asmanero and Virgil allows Rookie to catch up on the top field. Now attacks for the top position so far. Virgil currently leading the field, with Rookie being very close, but not a bit unfortunate bomb from Virgil's side. A bit of an outside approach from Rookie's side. Gets a bit more excess speed, has to readjust the line, gets the CP side. Doesn't get the best gearing as well coming into the latter parts of the map. As currently Asmanero now leads the field, but Rookie is very close, gets a bit of an overdrift on the middle part, gets still put into 3rd position, but Virgil will take a small clip from Asmanero's side, but still enough to take the +10 pointer in the end of the round as well due to that.
Very nice round. This one was a lot closer, a lot more respectable, to be fair. Chino coming in last, and it's really a fight between Chino and Rookie at this point for who's been disappointed. We're really looking at Rookie because he looked strong earlier on in the tournament, right? But it is starting to run late here, right? And at the same time, Chino not far ahead of Rookie, so he's not been doing too much better, let's be honest here. So as much as we can rag on Rookie, we gotta, if we're gonna rag on Rookie as much as we are, we gotta rag on to Chino as well. So I'm gonna say this: Rookie not doing too good, but at the same time he could be doing a lot worse. He's still in those fights, and as long as he's still in the fight, there is still a chance. Virgil in 1st place. Asmanero will try and overtake him again. Will try and go for the lead here, and he does exactly that. They're neck and neck. They're inside of each other, and now Virgil will take a small lead. He'll go for the longer ride around, which means he'll get more speed. And look at that, going from a 1 car difference to about 5, and Virgil will take the lead and the win here with a .33 to his name. Rookie gets 3rd, and Chino gets 4th. It's looking rough for those bottom 2.
Yeah, the top 2 is definitely starting to look way more solidified. Virgil as well as having a bit more increased lead as well. So Asmanero is still looking at a relatively solidifies second place. A couple of mistakes there here and from Chino and Rookie are definitely starting to put them lower and lower on the leaderboard, as Monero and Virgil are trying to just have that consistency going, as they're like the main tactic, I guess you can call it like that.
Right.
As just the approach, the way how they approach the matches, trying to maybe not push out that insane pace, as we saw, let's say, on some of the upper bracket matches where we have seen like 0.3s, 0.4s, 0.2s from world record being done. But trying to get that consistency and just trying to avoid major mistakes to get, rather lose in certain turns, like a 0.3, than have a full send and have a, mistake almost like 3 seconds. And
Right.
it seems like that kind of approach is really, starting to pay off, especially for Vorgel's case.
Yeah, Virgil is looking really, really strong, but I'm surprised how close Monero has been keeping it, right? Monero, not as fast as Virgil so far, and it's really surprising that he's only 7 points behind. And I look at this and I'm like, why is that the case, right? Now, Monero, really fast on his own right. Whenever Virgil makes a mistake, he's the one that's been winning. And whenever Virgil wins, right, he always gets second, it seems. And Chino and Rookie, they're fast in their own right. They just can't keep Monero behind. He's been consistent, and he's been good enough to keep himself second place practically every single round when he's not first. And so even though we are gushing over Virgil at the current moment, that is still not the case so far, because honestly, Monero is still in this fight. The only person not in the fight in this round is Chino, who already 5 seconds in finds himself down on the count. So Rookie in the lead, Virgil and Monero right behind him, the little train here, trying to get themselves to the finish first. Let's see which cart will get there in the shortest amount of time. Rookie going wider means he's got more speed out of the exit. He's got exactly that. And now he's 2/10 rather than 1 ahead of Virgil. Again, wide, gets more speed out of the exit. Monero, though, does the best of both worlds, and now everyone's tight within this section here. Virgil takes a small little lead as Monero will overtake Rookie as well, heading over the water here into the second to final turn here. Virgil in the lead, into the jump. Rookie gets more speed, but because of that, he is way too wide. So Virgil wins Monero second, and Rookie sadly cannot keep it together and gets third again.
Yeah, Rookie a bit unfortunate with that. He really had a solid drift exit, but he always, like, the biggest problem from Rookie, what I have noticed, is he quite a bit overdrift and drifts or oversteers. That kind of the main his weaknesses that make him lose quite a bit of time in most of the cases, in most of the turns. Like, regular approaches are fine, just the fact that he oversteers so much in certain parts just kind of makes him add up that extra time, but he does lose to the top of the field in most of the cases. He does clip it on the inside, but seems like a pretty solid top 3 so far, even with Chino being at the top of the field for those potential 10-pointers. Monero leads, Chino with a fortunate clip, puts himself out of the top 2 to fight as Virgil tries to risk for the inside line, gets a bit of a release adjustment, sacrifices a lot of extra speed, and Monero does take the win of this round and secures another plus 10-pointer, with Virgil taking second, Chino in third, and Rookie in fourth.
Man, close fight once again, 55, 56, 56, and this is only separated by 6/10 between the top 3 again. Rookie, though, with another small mistake, and if you press tab here, it's really sad because Virgil has more points than Chino and Rookie combined. That's how consistent he's been. And if you look at Monero, it's the same thing, right? He's got double the points of Chino and over double the points of Rookie. So right now, the top 2 players have more points from just solo than the bottom 2 players combined. It's really crazy how competitive Monero and Virgil have been with each other, and how uncompetitive Rookie and Chino have been. And that's very different than what we saw earlier on in the matches in the early servers in round 1, in the quarterfinals as well, right? We saw Rookie really, really strong. We saw Chino really, really strong. Right now, Asmonero, who got into the lower bracket really early, I asked you earlier on whether he could make it a run into the finals. Well, he is trying to do so as he gets himself third place this time around. Everyone getting 55, everyone with solid times, and that's the first time Rookie gets a top 2 finish. Shh.
Yeah, Rookie was a bit stepping up the game, was a pretty solid round as well, coming from Asmonero and Vorgel as well in terms of this match. So Chino had a bit being behind. Chino also being quite inconsistent during this match as well. Having basically a mistake in every single round is definitely one of the key parts. Rookie having a bit of like speed pace being the main thing that kind of lacks. He's starting to up the consistency a bit. But yeah, like I said, like these oversteers, overdrifts is the main thing that kind of loses him in most of the cases. But sometimes he has a very good exit coming out certain turns. But this time he's like very bit chaotic in the way how he approaches him with Chino. So we now again see Vorgel and Asmonero in fighting for the top 2 slots at the end of the map. Looks like Asmonero with a bit better approach managed to catch up on Vorgel a bit, but it all comes down on the ending part. Small release from Asmonero's end sacrifices XP, and it will be Vorgel taking another round so far. Another race have a solid like 1v1 happening at the top of the scene, as Vorgel will be securing another plus 10 pointer for him and put himself into less than 20 points away from entering finalist in this match.
Yeah, and now there is very likely 2 more maps left to be played here. As hey, listen, there are not that many points right now that separate the top 2 away from finalists. Though, of course, Asmonero now falling a little bit behind from Vorgel, who played a little bit better on this map here. Yeah, Vorgel just playing out of his mind right now. First place, very consistent. Let's see if he can keep that consistency on this map. My bad about that. It's really nice to see, though. A nice little touch is that a lot of the players who have been eliminated so far in this competition are still in the servers, right? They are still looking around. They are still staying. They are cheering on for their players. So a lot of the Chilligans are staying around. I saw Hardolph, I saw Kemper around the entire time staying with us. I wonder if they're streaming and casting in their native language.
I think they're probably just chilling with their own community, especially since the South American scene is very tightly knit. So just supporting their local players who are still stuck in the run, so I think that's something that definitely noteworthy. So meanwhile, I can give you a small update on what is happening in the other Lure semi-final that is currently being played out between the Brazilian players and Doggery. At the moment, El Penchi is actually leading. Doggery from Chile is in second place, and Aleps and Zero Pixels are currently in the bottom 2 positions so far. They are in a similar state where the top players are around like 90 to 80 points as well. So in a similar state as we're coming out on our match. Meanwhile, we have a similar situation with both Vorgel and Asmonero being on the usual 1 and 2 positions. But Rookie Bit being in third place gets a no slide from that spot. Chino as well with a very deep behind the field as Vorgel is trying to save those couple of turns here and there, as Rookie made another mistake. While Chino, it actually allows Chino to overtake for that third place due to that. Asmonero is actually overtakes the lead, because I didn't catch that, but Vorgel had another mistake. And Asmonero was securing a plus 10 pointer in this round, same with Chino in third and Rookie then in fourth.
Yeah, it's a really slow round out of everyone here. Everyone made 2 mistakes again this round. That is absolutely crazy, and I mean that is still relatively equal to what we've seen in every other round so far, right? Where Rookie and Chino fighting for the bottom 3 spots in the top 1 and 2 go to Vorgel and Asmonero. Rookie had a chance there to overtake everyone. He was 1.2 seconds behind, and then Asmonero makes that big mistake, and Vorgel makes an even bigger mistake. So Rookie had that chance, does not go his way. Now Rookie finding himself down 0.7 seconds over Vorgel. Chino right behind Vorgel as well. Asmonero, though, trying to catch up to him. Chino, though, looking really strong in this round here. Let's see if he can keep it together. He's got more speed than Asmanero, so he will grow his lead bigger and bigger till he goes wider. And so right now, that 0.2 seconds of a lead has turned into nothing, has turned to dust as Chino gets overtaken by Asmanero. Asmanero, more speed, does not hit the wall. Chino does, and so Rookie will get into third place, and he'll be far behind Asmanero as Vorgel wins the round. Asmanero gets second, Rookie gets third, Chino gets fourth. Everyone gets a different second on the clock. But Vorgel, no matter what, as long as he finishes, will get finalist. And Asmanero 20 points away.
Yeah, seems like Vorgel just needs to finish this round and he'll be put into finalist himself. Last Minerva is 20 points away, while Rookie and Chino are quite far distance away so far. So that's like definitely the biggest position changes, as Rookie is kind of stuck in an unfortunate respawn at that one point. It seems like that at the moment at the top of the field, Vorgel is leading the field. Or Asmanero is trying to catch him up from the second place. Vorgel with not the best approach allows Asmanero could catch up, but players are relatively equal now at this point in the middle part of the map. Asmanero with a small lead has a small release at the ending part, but both has a bit better exit points. Still, both players are basically equal. However, Asmanero has way more exit speed. Vorgel's trying to catch up, a bit more bitter. It's a small release from Vorgel's side, doesn't allow to keep the momentum, and Asmanero will getting the 10-pointer, but still, Vorgel, it'll be enough for Vorgels to still go into finalists. So the main thing is now for Vorgel just to get that round win in, and he'll be securing himself into lower bracket final.
But this is really crucial for Asmanero because now he is one round away from getting finalist himself. If he wins this round and blocks Vorgel from winning this round, then he himself gets into finalist mode and he can get the better seeding than Vorgel, right? Obviously, the seeding, I don't think will be extremely important, but...
No, there's just gonna be one more match afterwards.
Yeah, one match. Okay, so it's no seeding anymore, right? It's all about...
It's just about just making it.
Okay. So, at the end of the day, it comes down to bragging rights instead, but Vorgel is going to be 1.5 seconds ahead of Asmanero, and Vorgel right now, I guess he can do his victory lap. He can just safe it to the finish. He's only got 20 more seconds left before it anyway. All he's got to do is keep it together, no hitting the wall, no making mistakes here. All he's got to do is keep it together. He's losing a bit of time, but it's fine because Asmanero is so far behind that he can't catch up in time, and that's Vorgel winning it out. He will get himself first place in this little competition here, as now he will be sure to go on to day 2 of SAC. The South American Cup now has 5 players that will surely make it through. And he is the first of the 4 in the loser brackets that does make it through.
So Asmanero now is the player who is the closest one with the opportunity, both Rookie and the Chilean compatriot Chino definitely needs to... They still can make it, but it's quite a long way. They'll really need to like play out their minds to now potentially take the the slot away, as the bottom 2 players will be eliminated from the tournament. Top 2 players will be continuing on with the lower bracket. Will be playing against the top 2 players from the other matches currently also being played out. So at the moment, it does seem like that El Penchi and Duggery are some of the top players coming from the other match. The other match is still up, of course, still on the progress. But still it's possible for both Chino and Rookie to make it. How it's gonna be really difficult, especially since Asmanero has had this pretty solid placements together with Vorgel during the match. So just trying to start to randomly now challenge that is gonna be really tricky.
So I don't know why the servers have been pretty laggy. I want to say, like, you've not been kicked out of the servers, but I've been kicked out a couple of times. I see a couple players also leaving and coming back in. So it's seems weird to me that that there's a little
Oh
bit
yeah,
of
they were
lag in that
testing
sense.
out the Canada servers for this event, so I reckon.
Ah.
So instead of European players, they were playing on Canada servers. So I feel like that might be one of the reasons why there had been such issues regarding that. So far in this
hopefully that
round,
gets fixed.
yeah, we'll see what will happen. Usually Canada servers are not that oftenly used, as ping doesn't matter that much in Trackmania.
Right.
But at the moment, it does seem like that Asmanero is taking the potential plus 10 pointer that will put himself into finalist. Oh, very high jump there from Asmanero. Rookie a bit catching up a bit, but not by much. So it's all about on Chino. Chino is quite at the bottom so far. Very big oversteer from Asmanero's side. Same with Rookie as well. Rookie really oversteers that ice turn. Asmanero has to readjust it. He slides on just in front of the finish. Rookie gets the plus 10 pointer. Where is hello?
Chino DNF'd. He DNF'd.
So Chino
a long while
DNF'd
ago.
and lost quite a bit of points, but Rookie gets that plus 10 pointer, definitely reduces the points gap, but due to that still Asmanero puts himself into finalist. So Asmanero just needs to take that round win in.
I think Chino has given up in that sort of sense where if he hits anything at this point, I think he's just got a DNF.
Yeah, he
He's
had a very
so
unfortunate
far behind.
start of the round, so...
Yeah.
However, he's currently at the top 2 positions, as actually Asmanero not having the best of starts so far. I think Rookie has a bit woken up a bit.
5.4 seconds behind. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's
not
even
the best
more,
in
I
that sense.
believe.
Is it? Yeah, I
It's
saw
still
5.4 at the
Yeah,
chat.
it's still 5.4, yeah.
So, right now, this round is just for bragging rights because neither player has won a round. Wait, sorry, Rookie just won a round, sorry. For the first time in this match here. So, it's really down to Chino. He's going to get his first top 2, I do believe. But, yeah, it's been really rough for Chino and Rookie. And so, right now, this a victory lap for both of them. I mean, they stave off the inevitable at this point in time. But, Asmanero, let's see if he keeps making more mistakes here, because if he does, then the heartbeat will start pounding for Rookie and Chino. Mostly Rookie here, because he is the one right now who has the most points between himself and Chino. He has a 16-point lead over his Uruguayan countryman.
I mean, at the moment, Rookie is the only person from Uruguay who is in top 16 so far.
I meant counterpart. I meant counterpart, not the countryman. My bad.
So at the moment, again, Asmanero with an early mistake. Very unfortunate starts coming from Asmanero, especially considering he's in finalist. If actually Rookie starts to make this insane comeback and starts to collect these plus 10 pointers that come from mistakes due to, from Chino's and Asmanero's side, he potentially can still, squeeze himself in the finalists and maybe even squeeze out the spot for day 2 tomorrow. As the top 2 players from this match will be moving on to the lower bracket semi-finals that will be playing out tomorrow. Currently actually a pretty nice fight between Rookie and Chino. Chino does hit the side, does put himself out of the top placements contention. Small update during the middle of this round. Seems like it, El Penche has officially qualified himself into the lowers finals. Doggery from Chile is only 4 points away from reaching finalist in the other match. And it does seem like that Rookie in this match will be taking, unless some crazy thing happens, no, he will be taking another plus 10 pointer from this match.
Now, I've seen big comebacks before, right? But the biggest one I've seen was the first season of BTL. One of the first ever casts I did for Trackmania, and the first one I partnered with you to do anything. Wherein there was a triple finalist situation on this really, really weird ice map, where Zulus was behind by like 40, 50 points, and somehow, someway, the 2 finalists, the 2 other players, just kept making mistakes, and Zulus kept winning round after round after round, until it became triple finalist situation. And then, once again, Zulus found himself in the lead, and then he slid out in the final corner and lost. That was the biggest comeback I'd ever seen in cup mode. I think he was down by 50 points. Rookie was behind by a lot more than 50 points. He was behind by, I want to say, 70, 80 points. So to do what he's been
Rookie
doing
made the
is
mistake.
sad. There you go. There comes the caster jinx, the caster curse. Rookie is out. And here comes Asmonero to win the match, to win the round, and to put us to bed. SRK, you can finally go to bed, son.
Yeah, it was about time.
I tried everything to caster curse Rookie. I'm sorry, Rookie. I had to.
But yeah, we will have Vorgel and Asmonero from this match moving on to the lower bracket final, while Rookie and Chino will be eliminated from this tournament. And seems like that they will be facing off against El Penchi, and seems like Doggery might be the best contender so far, as they still have a match currently being played out.
That's crazy to think about, right? Because Doggery was 8th position, I do believe, in his round 1 server, right? And so he was really, no one really looked up to him to do anything. Then he was in a server with Manix, Vorgel, Chino, and himself, and he won over Vorgel and Chino, right? And so found himself up against, he lost. And so he went down to the server with Asmonero, Raptor, Dex, and himself, and he beat Raptor, right? Who was really, really solid after round 1. And then now he's with Ellipse and Zero Pixels, and we saw what Zero Pixels can do, and we said, yeah, he's pretty decent. I think he could do something with that. And same with Ellipse. Yeah, he didn't do too well in the upper bracket semifinals, but yeah, he could still play pretty good. And Doggery, I mean, getting it done, and that is all you could really hope for these players, is nice little comebacks, underdog stories. And do we have our top 8 for tomorrow?
It's not currently set in stone, but it does seem like Doggery might be the person who will take it from the way how I'm seeing it. So at the moment we have our 4 winners finalist people who are waiting at the winners finals, who will be playing out tomorrow. It's gonna be let me triple double check.
Manix, Matt, Radiaxo, or Radiano, as you say, and Charles.
Yeah, exactly. So those be the 4 players who are waiting from the winners final regarding the South America Cup. And as well, we will have the players who we just saw, Asmonero, Vorgel from our match, making it to the lowers finals. Well, they'll be playing together against El Penchi and
Doggery.
No, it's not set in stone. Oh yeah, okay, now it's done. Now it's done. So Doggery will also be making it. So Ellipse and I didn't notice who was the other 4th player in that match. Zero Pixels will be eliminated from the tournament. So we have our top 8 so far. This looking a bit more favor on the Bora side than Vamos side. So Brazil at the moment has the most amount of players in the top 8 so far. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us from day 1. Thank you, Quantum.con, for having on the broadcast. There's most likely gonna be some different casters popping up tomorrow, with the last few days being played out. As you're probably gonna see me in the early morning for the Asian Oceania Trackmania Championship that will be starting at 6 a.m. UTC. So in around 7 or so hours, that's gonna be starting. I will try to have a good night's sleep real quick and get everything done regarding that, as they will have the top 12 being played out as well. So there, for the South America Cup, there's gonna be 300 USD in total being played out. That's gonna be given to the top 6 players. So basically, all players who made from the winners bracket will already get a bit of like prize money already added to their winnings. Right. But from the lowers bracket, people will have to fight a bit. They will have to fight off against all of the winners bracket finalists, and then they'll go put themselves into the prize pool positions as well, which has been the first prize pool event for the South America region. But yeah, either way, that's gonna be it for us. Hope you enjoyed some of the matches. Definitely stay tuned for some of the matches coming from Asia and Oceania Trackmania Championship tomorrow morning, and then around 24 or 22-ish hours for the South American Cup Day 2. So yeah, that's gonna be it for us. Thank you all for watching, and see y'all later. Bye bye.